Chapter 27. How powerful was Xianhou? No one could say for sure. Some said she was in the top 5, some said she was weaker than the Evil King and the Dragon King. Some said she was second only to Su King, and some said she was the most powerful in the world, and she was so mysterious that she had already touched the edge of the Great Tao. Of course, all of these were just speculations, but it was undeniable that the mysterious queen had indeed reached an unimaginable level. She had killed 3 master-level warriors from 100 miles away, broken through the earth vein with one palm attack, caused a volcano to erupt, changed the environment, and moved her own mountain to a place tens of thousands of miles away. Even a nameless brat like Yi Qin had heard about all of these things. Looking at the portrait carefully, Yi Qin found that he could not see Xuanhou's face clearly, as if the painter could not describe Xuanhou's face and could only blur it to create a hazy beauty. After a long time, Yi Qin withdrew his gaze, and a question arose in his mind. Who are the people who live here? How could there be a portrait of Xianhou? It should be noted that Xianhou had ruled the world for more than 10 years, and only a few people were qualified to see her. Judging from the ink, this portrait was not more than 10 years old. Also, where was the owner of the stone room? He hung this well-preserved portrait on the wall, which obviously showed that he valued it a lot and should have brought it with him when he went on a long trip. What is this? Yi Qin fixed his eyes on the center of the stone room, where there was a scorch mark. If he looked carefully, he could see an inconspicuous ring in the pale white ashes. Picking it up, Yi Qin wiped it with his sleeve. On the back of the green ring, 2 ancient characters were engraved, mid-rank. Yi Qin was shocked at first, and then he was overjoyed. This inconspicuous ring was a storage ring, and it was a priceless mid-rank storage ring. If a low-rank storage ring was enough to bankrupt a normal mid-rank family, then a mid-rank storage ring would be enough to make a big family like the Yi family bleed. Probably only the big martial institutions would have 1 or 2 of them, and they would only be owned by the leaders. Normal people would not even dare to dream about it. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin operated his internal qi and slowly poured it into the storage ring. Buzz! The storage ring shook slightly, and a trace of faintly discernible vibration spread out, which was captured by Yi Qin's soul power. In the next moment, Yi Qin saw the space inside the storage ring. It was a standard cube with a length, width, and height of 20 feet. Its entire body shone with a misty light and was slightly transparent, as if it had been cut out from the void. It was even larger than the living room of an ordinary family. There were 2 secret manuals, a sheathed long saber, and a pile of jagged jade stones the size of an egg, glowing with a faint white light. Could it be that this is a spirit stone? Focusing his attention on the jade, Yi Qin's originally calm emotions began to fluctuate again. With a thought, Yi Qin took out a piece of jade, closed his eyes, and sent his inner qi into it. Boom! As if the floodgates had been opened, the majestic yuan qi within the spirit stone ferociously gushed out and rushed into Yi Qin's meridians with unstoppable force. Not good. Warriors below the condensing reality realm are not qualified to train with spirit stones. Yi Qin's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly operated his pure yuan art and forcibly cut off the connection with the spirit stone. Who? Taking a few deep breaths, Yi Qin still had some lingering fear. He did not expect that he would be so happy that he would forget about the taboo of being a warrior and almost lose all his meridians. Fortunately, the pure yuan art's inner qi was extremely pure, and it had been trained to the highest level of the 6 meridians, so he could barely cut off the connection. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if their meridians were not damaged, they would still pass out due to the yuan qi. Although the meridians in his arms were still aching, Yi Qin still laughed out loud. Spirit stones were the same as storage rings. They were both essential for a high-level warrior. The latter was used to store objects, while the former was used to provide yuan qi for training, which could only be produced by natural veins. according to the quality and amount of spirit stones. They could be divided into low rank, mid rank, top rank, and extreme rank. For ordinary people, it would take more than 5 years to train from Mortal Realm Stage 1 to Mortal Realm Stage 10. More than 10 years to train from Early Condensing Reality Realm to Late Condensing Reality Realm, and at least 20 to 30 years to train from Early Clasping Yuan Realm to Late Clasping Yuan Realm. For most people, 40 to 50 years was way too long, terrifyingly long. But with spirit stones, it would be different. Apart from the mortal realm, the warriors would need to train by themselves. Once they reached the condensing reality realm, they would be able to absorb the yuan qi from the spirit stones. According to some people's calculations, the quality of the yuan qi in the spirit stones was equivalent to 5 times the quality of the yuan qi in the world. In other words, excluding the problem of breaking through to the next level, it would be 4 times faster than normal training speed. In other words, only with the spirit stones could a genius be seen. After all, geniuses had extremely high comprehensive abilities and could break through to the next level at an unbelievable speed, which would maximize the value of the spirit stones. But for those who were not talented, even with the help of the spirit stones, when it came time to break through to the next level, they would still have to focus on the spirit stones. Otherwise, they might be stuck at the same level for the rest of their lives. Yichen estimated that there were at least 10,000 spirit stones in the storage ring, and each spirit stone was worth more than 1,000 silvers. In total, there were 10 million silvers in the storage ring. What did 10 million silvers mean? It was enough to support a medium-sized family for 1 or 2 years. It was definitely a huge amount of money. Don't show your wealth. I have to keep this secret. Before I become powerful enough, I can't keep it to myself. Yichen warned himself. Moving his eyes away from the spirit stones with difficulty, Yichen took out the 2 manuals. The first one was a fist art manual. The Tyrant Fist was a low-rank earth realm martial skill. The practitioner must have absolute confidence, never give up, or else it would be hard to bring out the essence of the Tyrant Fist. The Tyrant Fist had 4 movements. The first movement, Tyrannical Rampage. The second movement, Dominating the World. The third movement, Dominating the World. The fourth movement, Tyrannical Millennium. Remember, the Tyrant Fist was extremely powerful. Before the practitioner had mastered Jin Qi, his body must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would injure himself, which was not worth it. The fourth movement, Tyrannical Millennium, was extremely mysterious. Only the body and Jin Qi could be used to its limit. It was a low-rank earth realm fist art. It would be a lie if Yichen said he was not excited. Normally, only the core disciples were qualified to learn low-rank earth realm martial skills. Only a few of the inner disciples could learn low-rank earth realm martial skills, not to mention the outer disciples. Yichen then looked at the second one. The second one was a body-strengthening manual. Pure Jade body-boosting spell, low-rank earth realm, passed down from hundreds of years ago. It can increase the capacity of yuan qi that a mortal realm warrior can store. If a mortal realm warrior trained it, he or she could directly absorb the yuan qi from the soul stones with his or her strong body, without worrying about safety. The pure Jade body-boosting spell had 5 movements. The first movement, body training. The second movement, hard and soft force. The third movement, pure Jade body-boosting spell. The fourth movement, Broken Jade, Rebirth. The fifth movement, King Kong Jade Body. Chapter 28. After being shocked by the storage ring and the soul stones, Yichen was not that excited after seeing the low-rank earth realm manual. But of course he was happy. Putting away the manual, Yichen took out the last item. It was a long saber with a scabbard. The scabbard was clear in color, carved with mountains, rivers, birds, and fishes. The handle was long, and the handguard was a tiger's head, which swallowed the saber. Jin. Xiao Chen drew his saber, and a bright saber qi shot out. It left a 1-meter-long mark on the walls of the stone room, looking exceptionally sharp. What a great saber! It can even produce saber chi. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. A weapon that could produce saber chi had already surpassed the category of ordinary weapons and had risen to the level of a godly weapon. In his memory, the Yi family also had a great sword called Vanishing Shadow. With one thrust, it could break through the air and kill without leaving a trace. If he was not mistaken, this great saber was worth more than 1,000,000 silvers. The only unfortunate thing was that Yi Chen did not use a blade but a sword instead. In his opinion, the sword was the king of all weapons, and the overall evaluation was the highest. Plus, the number of people who trained in the sword would usually take up half of the total population, but the ones who could actually train it well were very, very few, even less than the other weapons. The cold saber was covered by the scabbard. Yi Chen looked back at the burnt ground. If he guessed it right, the owner of the stone room was already dead. He had lost his mind while training and was burned into ashes by the Zhenqi fire. Naturally, the storage ring had fallen into the ashes. Bowing 3 times to the ashes, Yi Chen murmured, "Elder, although you did not leave many things, but they are very useful to me. I, the outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, bow to you. I hope you will not blame me for taking your things." After bowing 3 times, Yi Chen felt a bit emotional. Judging from the belongings, this deceased elder had quite a high cultivation, at least above the clasping yuan realm, or even reached the astral reaching realm. Unfortunately, he still could not escape the fate of losing his mind. From this, one could imagine the cruelty of training. Even if one had to deal with external disasters, one had to overcome one's own body. Yi Chen, who could not find a way out, decided to train the Pure Jade body boosting spell. He had already mastered the first spell of the Pure Jade body boosting spell a long time ago, and the second spell had already reached the level of toughness and softness. The only thing he needed now was to be like his senior sister, Su Jing, to have a godly power inside his body. What was divine power? The most common horse on this true spirit continent was called the dark brown horse. It could run as fast as flying, and it had a strong body. Without increasing its speed, it could have a force of 2,000 pounds with a light bump. Right now, Yi Chen's strength was around 1,500 jin. He was not far from 2,000 jin. However, he knew that the further he went, the slower his strength would grow. The time needed to reach 500 jin would definitely be longer than before. Yi Chen took out a few bottles of physique tempering paste from his pocket and took off his clothes, rubbing them on his body meticulously. Only when his skin shone with a glossy sheen, accentuating his muscles, did Yi Chen get into a stance and start practicing his punches in detail. The punches were still the King Kong fist. The more aggressive the punches were, the more thorough the training of the body would be. Of course, the King Kong fist was different from before. Instead, it was combined with the second spell of the Pure Jade body boosting spell. The effect was even more obvious. King Kong crossing the river. King Kong smash. King Kong dive. King Kong unlimited. Practicing the movements of the King Kong fist, Yi Chen gradually got into the zone. He forgot about everything around him. Vaguely, there came the sound of blood flowing inside Yi Chen's body. It sounded like a huge river. On the contrary, his heartbeat was getting slower and slower, but it was still very powerful. The thumping sound was like a huge drum vibrating his bones. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up and threw a punch at the huge gray tree trunk. Boom! The tree trunk was extremely hard. There were only a few cracks on it. What a hard tree! But my strength has increased a lot. It should be 1,500 pounds now. I didn't expect the Pure Jade body boosting spell to be so useful. Within 2 to 4 hours, his strength had increased by almost 100 pounds. It was something that the King Kong fist could not achieve. After resting for a while, Yi Chen felt a bit hungry. What he had just done had used up all the extra energy in his body. He needed to replenish it. Walking to the river, Yi Chen thought to himself, the fish in here should be edible. The river was deep and clear. Through the water, he could see the shadows. The smaller ones were about a foot long, and the bigger ones were more than 5 feet long. They were swimming very fast. With just a swing of their tails, they could swim 7 to 8 meters away, out of people's sight. Picking up a stone from the ground, Yi Chen yelled in a low voice, "Hit it!" With the force of more than 1,000 pounds, the stone was even sharper than a hidden weapon. It drew a straight line in the air and instantly sank into the water. Originally, Yi Chen was just testing the distance of the fish and the refraction of the water. He did not expect that he would hit a 5 feet long black shadow. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the black shadow flipped over and broke out of the water. As the water splashed, a dark brown weird fish appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. There were thorns on the side of its gills. Its body was thick and powerful, and its surface was uneven. Opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, the weird fish bit towards Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen smiled lightly. He bent down and punched the weird fish's abdomen. Chin! The weird fish's skin was as hard as steel, which surprised Yi Chen a lot. With his current punch, he could shatter a huge rock into pieces, but he could not break through its defense. Pa! The weird fish backed off 1/2 meter under the impact of the punch. It swung its tail, which was as thin as a cow's tail. Even Yi Chen did not want to be hit by it. At this critical moment, Yi Chen did not choose to back off. He took out the great blade from his storage ring and waved it. Puff! The weird fish's tail was chopped off. The weird fish fell into the river, trying its best to swim deeper, not daring to attack Yi Chen again. Forcing a smile, Yi Chen knew that without the great blade, it would not be easy to deal with this weird fish. Whether or not he could break through its defense was still a problem. But judging from the fish's body, it did not seem to be releasing any beast chi, so it could not be a beast. It should be an ancient species with special talents. The fish's tail was 3 feet long and was as thick as a bowl, enough for Yi Chen to eat. He always carried a fire starter with him, so Yi Chen started a fire quickly and put the fish tail on the grill. After 15 minutes, a smell that he had never smelled before spread out, which made Yi Chen's mouth twitch. Grabbing the fish tail, Yi Chen bit down. The meat was so tender that he almost bit his tongue. This is amazing. This fish is like beef, but also like chicken. It has an indescribable rich aroma, and it is very chewy. Wait, why is my body heating up? As he swallowed the fish, Yi Chen's body suddenly felt hot. A wave of heat spread out from his stomach to the rest of his body, seeping into his muscles, blood, and even his bones. Wave after wave, it felt very warm. Chapter 29. After about 15 minutes, the heat flow finally dissipated. Yi Chen felt that his body was filled with strength from the inside out. He was brimming with energy, as if he could kill a ferocious tiger with a single punch. Could it be that the flesh of this strange fish has the effect of strengthening one's body? Yi Chen revealed a joyful expression as he devoured the fish tail in big mouthfuls. He only chewed 3 times before swallowing the fish tail. Chi-chi! His body rapidly heated up, and sticky black impurities seeped out from his pores. A foul stench filled the air, and Yi Chen almost fainted from the suffocating smell. I can't take it anymore. I have to go take a bath. Yi Chen couldn't care less about the strange fish in the river. He stood up and leaped lightly into the river. Whoosh! The cool river water touched his skin, and it felt extremely comfortable. All 48,000 pores on his body seemed to have opened up, greedily breathing in. However, the owner of the river water wasn't willing. The strange fish in the vicinity heard the noise and attacked in a frenzy. Yi Chen laughed coldly. He took out his treasured saber and swept it horizontally, slashing out a circular arc of saber energy in the water. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 strange fish were slashed into 2, unable to retaliate at all. Yi Qin threw their corpses onto the shore, one in each hand, preparing to use them as food in the future. When the other strange fish saw how fierce Yi Qin was, they all fled like birds. It seemed that they weren't as courageous as they appeared to be. After taking a refreshing bath, Yi Qin jumped out of the river. He subconsciously lifted his feet, and his entire body felt light and healthy. Other than that, the fish meat in his stomach had been completely digested, and he had to replenish it. The largest of the 9 strange fish was no longer than 3 feet. Yi Qin picked up 3 of them, cut their stomachs, and poured out their intestines. After washing them, he skewered them with a thin branch and roasted them over the bonfire. The aroma filled the air. After a while, the fish meat was cooked again. My strength has increased a lot now. I wonder if I can reach the divine power stage by eating fish. Strength above 2,000 pounds was considered to be super strength. Some people were born with super strength when they were 8 or 9 years old. But some people couldn't even when they were in their 20s or 30s. This was the difference in talent. Originally, it would take Yi Qin at least a week to reach this level, and that was with the help of the pure jade body-boosting spell. But now he could reach his goal by eating the fish, which would save him a lot of time. So why not? After eating the 3 fish, black impurities oozed out of Yi Qin's body again, but they were much less than the first time and were slightly transparent. At the same time, Yi Qin's stomach churned with extreme pain. He hurriedly rushed to the toilet in the underground world and squatted down impatiently. There was a continuous puffing sound, and the surroundings were filled with a foul stench. After he had completely excreted, Yi Qin did not feel too exhausted. Those were just impurities that could not be excreted from his pores. He did not want to take a second look at them. Naked, Yi Qin poured some vanilla powder around him to cover the stench in the air, and then walked into the river. As the black impurities were washed away, Yi Qin's skin became smooth like silk. It was tough and dense, and even swords would not be able to cut it. His tender body seemed to have been trained countless times. His muscles were well defined, and his broad shoulders were strong. Yi Qin calmly felt that his body was continuously absorbing yuan qi. Even the river could not stop it. Furthermore, the yuan qi was changing slightly, and its capacity had increased by more than 30%. It was almost automatically pouring into his body and quickly merging with his qi. The qi whirlpool in his dantian gradually tightened, and the pressure in the center increased, as if it was turning his qi into zhen qi in advance to strengthen his body. It seems like not only my body's quality has increased, but the speed of absorbing yuan qi has also increased. This is not as simple as the super strength. That's right, Yi Qin's strength had already surpassed 2,000 pounds and was approaching 3,000 pounds. In terms of pure strength, the core disciple Su Jing was not that much stronger than Yi Qin, at most 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Eating fish, practicing boxing, and training his qi, time passed by slowly. On this day, Yi Qin stood in front of a big gray tree. If I could break this tree with one punch, it would mean that my strength had reached 3,000 pounds. By then, it would be easier for me to train the 3rd level of the pure jade body-boosting spell. Once I have mastered the 3rd level, I would be able to use the yuan qi from the spirit stones to replace the natural yuan qi. Yi Qin's mind was like a mirror. He had already planned out all the steps for the future. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin punched the big tree. Crack! The big tree broke instantly. The top half of the tree fell down and landed on the ground. Done! Yi Qin took a deep breath. It is even stronger than I thought. It should be 3,500 pounds. Although he did not know how much time had passed outside, Yi Qin's intuition told him that it had not been more than 3 days, maybe even less. In just 2 to 3 days, he had mastered the 2nd level of the pure jade body-boosting spell. This horrifying speed even surprised Yi Qin himself. He was wondering how strong he could become by eating fish. Would it be more than 5,000 pounds or even 10,000 pounds. Shaking his head, Yi Chen could not imagine it anymore. As time went on, Yi Chen started to feel annoyed. This place was too depressing, isolated from the rest of the world. It would be fine if it was just 1 or 2 days, but to live here every day, Yi Chen suspected that he would go crazy. Making up his mind, Yi Chen was ready to leave this place. Looking at the river, Yi Chen planned to catch some weird fishes and put them in his storage ring before he found a way out. These fishes could easily be worth more than 10,000 silvers, especially the huge fish that was 5 feet long. Just its tail alone was more effective than the other small fishes. It was obvious how effective it was. Making up his mind, Yi Chen took out his great blade and dove into the river. The river was very deep and it was pitch black. Yi Chen had already expected this situation, so he took out a few luminous stones and threw them into the river. The valuable luminous stones slowly sank into the river, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the environment within a radius of 10 meters. Whoosh! The river rippled, and the huge shadow quickly swam away. Where do you think you are going? Yi Chen gathered his qi and threw out a blade attack. The bright blade, qi, could not even stop the river water. It was cut open and chased after the shadow like lightning. With a puff sound, the shadow froze in place. Yi Chen was afraid that it might be a trap, so he threw out another blade qi attack. As expected, the huge shadow struggled for a while, and the river water became murky, making it hard for the naked eye to see clearly. Of course, this was not a problem for Yi Chen. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen easily caught the shadow, and with a push of his feet he jumped up. Breaking out of the water, Yi Chen threw the dead fish on the shore and continued to dive. 1, 2, 5. Only when there were no more strange fishes in the river did Yi Chen stop. It's time to go back. That red blood demon, beast, must have gone somewhere else to hunt. Yi Chen was still a bit worried. A rank 4 beast was unimaginably powerful. Even if he had 10,000 pounds of strength, he would not dare to fight against it unless he reached the condensing reality realm. Following the path he came from, Yi Chen carefully walked back. From afar, there was a light coming from the huge crack in the rock mountain. Yi Chen held his breath, tightly holding his blade as he walked quietly. Chapter 30. The entrance was a mess. Broken rocks were everywhere. Looking at the walls, there were claw marks that were a few feet deep, as if they were made of tofu. Yi Chen secretly felt lucky. He did not dare to stay any longer and flew back the way he came. Yi Chen had already remembered the lesson from last time. Therefore, in this dangerous area, Yi Chen did not rush on the ground. Instead, he jumped from one big tree to another. Along the way, he released his soul power to the limit. Once there was any movement, he would immediately hide his aura and hide. In the afternoon, Yi Chen finally arrived at the place where the big leather bag was placed. There's someone. Hiding behind the big tree, Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. Under the big tree, 3 teenagers were standing there. One of them had a big leather bag in his hand. It was very bulging. It was Yi Chen's harvest from a few days ago. Haha, our luck is too good. Walking on the road, we can pick up demonic beast materials. There is even an inner pellet inside. We can sell it for at least 20 to 30,000 silvers. The slightly older teenager sneered. I wonder which idiot hid the demonic beast materials on the tree. He thought no one would find them. What a joke. Another one flattered. Zhang Kuan, you are the best. You could tell with one glance that there was something on the tree. We did not know anything. Zhang Kuan said proudly, That's why I said that following me is your good fortune. Wait until my cousin, Zhang Haoren, becomes an inner disciple. Then we can do whatever we want in the outer court. Of course, of course. The two nodded and complimented. Yi Chen could not stand it anymore. He walked out and said, Put down the demonic beast materials. Zhang Kuan looked back. It's you. That day in the Mu Ren gang competition, Zhang Kuan had Zhang Haren's help, so he should have been able to get the third place easily. But unfortunately, his plan could not keep up with the changes. Yi Qin suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took the third place, which made Zhang Kuan very annoyed. Zhang Kuan, who is this little bastard? Do you want us to teach him a lesson? Make him kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit his mistake. The square-faced youth next to him observed the situation and understood that Yi Chen had offended Zhang Kuan. That's right. I have the most experience in dealing with low-level outer sect disciples. I can make them cry for mercy. Hey, little bastard, crawl over here yourself. Thinking that he was at Mortal Realm Stage 9, the young man did not take Yi Chen seriously at all, his face full of disdain. Zhang Kuan grinned and said, "He offended my cousin, so he definitely won't have a good time. But now we can humiliate him and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Yi Chen said coldly, "Are you guys done yet? Put down the demonic beast materials and slap yourselves 10 times. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Kuan and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. It was not that they had never seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen anyone with a low cultivation base who could be arrogant. This Yi Chen was simply courting death. Anger gave birth to courage, and the three of them thought of killing him to silence him. I dare you to say that again. Zhang Kuan did not hide the killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, "If you kowtow and apologize now, you can still be saved. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Little bastard, prepare to die." The square-faced young man took a step forward and opened his right palm, aiming towards Yi Chen's face. If this palm hit him, even if Yi Chen did not die, his face would be disfigured. His attack was indeed vicious, seeking death. Although the opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, Yi Chen did not care about it at all. With a casual step forward, his body suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the young man's neck, slamming him down. Boom! A shallow pit appeared on the ground, and the square-faced young man's head sank half a foot into the pit. "Bastard, if you dare to make a move, I will take your life." Zhang Kuan and the other young man were shocked. They joined hands to attack Yi Chen, and each of them performed the martial skills that they had been practicing for a long time. Limitless Sans Ho, collapsing cloud palm. Facing the two's fierce attacks, Yi Chen's feet shook, and the hard ground was immediately crushed. His whole body became extremely powerful, and without moving, he punched out with both of his fists. Bang! Bang! What's going on? He is only at Mortal Realm Stage 7. Zhang Kuan and the other young man felt like they were struck by lightning. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and both of their feet left the ground. On the way, Zhang Kuan's face flashed with a vicious expression. He waved his hand and shot out a black light. "Go to hell. Don't forget that it was I, Zhang Kuan, who killed you in hell." Shoo! The black light was a poisoned willow dart. It was extremely fast, and almost as soon as it was shot, it was already in front of Yi Chen. The head of the dart was shining with a purple light. Just as Zhang Kuan was laughing coldly, his face suddenly froze. In his sight, Yi Chen had only pinched the willow dart with his index and middle fingers of his right hand. Impossible! Even a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior would not be able to handle my hidden weapons. Staggering on the ground, Zhang Kuan's face was half angry and half frightened. Yi Chen did not bother to explain. He flicked his hand and threw the willow dart back. "I hope you have the antidote with you." With a puff, the willow dart deeply stabbed into Zhang Kuan's arm, and the poison instantly invaded his body. "Bastard, I want your whole family dead. My cousin will not let you go." The poison on the willow dart was the 5-step snake poison. Mortal Realm warriors would definitely die from it, and even condensing reality realm warriors might not be able to handle it. Seeing that he had been poisoned, Zhang Kuan's face turned pale. He was afraid that the poison would attack his heart before he could detoxify the poison. He quickly took out a bottle of antidote, opened the cork, and poured the whole bottle on his wound. Yi Chen hated it when people humiliated his whole family. He was so angry that he pushed his golden swallow art to its limit. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew out, trying to kill Zhang Kun. At that moment, a cold shout came out. "Get back!" A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Kun, blocking his way. Yi Chen could not hold back his power. He threw out a punch. The fierce qi spread out in all directions. The grass and trees were all bent over. Yi Chen lightly flew back to where he was standing and looked at the young man in front of Zhang Kun. The young man was about 18 years old. He had a gloomy face and a sarcastic smile on his face. "Li Bu." Zhang Kun was surprised. Li Bu was one of the top outer disciples. He was at the same level as Zhang Haoren, peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. However, because he had not been able to break through to become an inner disciple for a long time, he had been in closed-door training, hoping to break through before the end of the year. Plus, he did not participate in the Mu Run Gang competition. Otherwise, Wu Zongming would not have been able to get the second place. With him here, no matter how powerful Yi Chen was, he would still be killed. "Li Bu, my cousin asked you to protect me. Kill him for me now." Zhang Kun was seriously injured, and as he spoke, there was a lot of blood coming out of his mouth. Li Bu said calmly, "You can't even beat a Mortal Realm Stage 7 warrior. You are a disgrace to your cousin. As for him, don't worry, I will let him know what it feels like to kneel down." Zhang Haoren was known as a genius, so Li Bu could not ignore him. In the future, when he becomes an inner disciple, he would be able to take care of him. Turning around, Li Bu said, "Little brat, I will give you one chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will know what I, Li Bu, am capable of." Chapter 31. I will also give you a chance. Leave now. Yi Chen had only used half of his power. He had not even used his real power yet. Li Bu laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He did not even try to hide the murderous intent in his laughter. Obviously, Yi Chen had pissed him off. "Looks like you won't give up until you die. Kneel down." His laughter was still echoing in the air. Li Bu had already charged towards Yi Chen. Along the way, his blade flashed and the air was cut open. It carried a powerful aura, as if it wanted to see blood. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving, looking like he had been scared out of his wits by the sharp blade light. Seeing this, Li Bu grinned. He was thinking if he should cut off one of Yi Chen's arms first, or one of his ears, or both. Still want to fight back? Li Bu saw Yi Chen's right hand on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes looked empty. "Chin." In the next second, a bright sword light appeared out of nowhere. It stabbed out at an incredible speed, and then went back into its scabbard. Li Bu stood there, dumbfounded. He looked down and saw that there was a hole in his left abdomen. The hole went through his back, and blood stained his shirt. "No way! No way! I was already at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 a year ago. How could I be killed in 1 second? Li Bu's expression was ferocious, but it gave people a feeling of weakness. Yi Chen said lightly, "I won't kill you today, but if you mess with me again, the consequences will not be so simple." Picking up his big leather bag, Yi Chen turned his back to them. Fresh Wind Town, the Elixir Pavilion. The shopkeeper was shocked as he looked at the beast materials on the counter. It was not that there was something wrong with the materials, but the person who was selling them was too amazing. If it was a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior who had gotten so many beast materials, he would not be so surprised. But the problem was that the person was only at the early Mortal Realm Stage 7. Red armored spider materials, 900 silvers. Earth cracking centipede materials, 1,200 silvers. Red smelting bird materials, 1,300 silvers. Earth viper materials, 800 silvers. Tiger wolf materials, 1,100 silvers. a total of 28,800 silvers. Same old rules, change them all into gold notes. Also, give me a bottle of evil warding potion. The inner core of a monster beast was much more effective than spirit stones alone. Yi Chen would not waste it. You have a demonic beast core? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. What's the problem? The shopkeeper said, Can you sell this inner core to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't lack money. What I lack is time. What if I use an essence chi pill to exchange with you? To tell you the truth, our Spirit Medicine Pavilion's pavilion master is currently experimenting with a new kind of medicinal pill, which requires a large amount of monster beast inner cores. An origin chi pill's effect is absolutely not inferior to an inner core that has matured for 3 months. It can also help you save the money needed to buy evil-repelling potions. Yuan Chi pellet? Yi Chen froze for a second. This kind of pellet could save a mortal realm warrior 3 months of hard work. Although the inner pellet of a demonic beast was great, it could only save 2 to 3 months of training after using the evil warding potion to get rid of its beast chi. Not to mention that it would save a bottle of evil warding potion that was worth over 10,000 silvers. Okay, I agree to the exchange. Yi Chen nodded. Walking out of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Yi Chen walked towards the restaurant. Young master, please do me a favor. Give my poor daughter some food. I am willing to work like a horse in my next life. At the entrance of the restaurant, there was a middle-aged woman with a little girl. Both of their clothes were tattered and their faces were dirty. The little girl seemed to be extremely hungry. She sucked on her fingers with her mouth and looked hopefully at the customers coming and going. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. They thought they were dirty and didn't even want to look at them. Yi Chen felt sorry for them, so he took out a piece of silver from his money bag and threw it to them. For him, he was not short of money, only big money. Normally, a meal would cost at least 10 to 20 silvers. In terms of living, it could be said that he was quite rich. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged woman was so excited that she was speechless. She had brought her poor daughter to the windy town for a few days, and the people who gave her money were mostly ordinary people or some old beggars. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked into the restaurant. The little girl next to the middle-aged woman stared at Yi Chen's back in a daze. There were many things in her eyes that could not be erased. On the second floor, sitting by the window, Yi Chen was still thinking about what had just happened. Compared to the warriors and the rich, the lives of the ordinary people and the poor are way too hard. I can earn hundreds or thousands of silvers just by killing one beast, but they are still struggling to eat 3 meals a day. Who knows how many people have starved to death? Does fate really exist? Only now did Yi Chen feel that he had integrated into this world. He felt the joys and sorrows of this world, and the sufferings of all living beings. Before, he had always regarded himself as an outsider, a passerby. Forget it. There are millions of poor people on this true spirit continent. I can't help them all, even if I wanted to. I can only promise to help every single one I see. After finishing his meal and leaving the restaurant, the mother and daughter were already gone. They probably went to some steamed bun shop to buy steamed buns. Yi Chen sighed and walked towards the tall, windy mountain in the distance. When he returned to the independent courtyard, the sky was already dark, and a bright moon was slowly rising. Yi Chen first took a shower to get rid of the dust on his body. Then he sat on the bed with his legs crossed, preparing to refine the Yuan Chi pellet into his own chi. The Yuan Chi pellet was light yellow in color, and there were fine cloud patterns on its surface, making it slightly transparent. Gulp! After swallowing the Yuan Chi pellet, Yi Chen concentrated his chi and slowly started to operate the pure Yuan art. Boom! A loud noise seemed to come from his inner world. The Yuan Chi pellet turned into pure Yuan Chi and flowed into all of his meridians, merging with his chi. 2 whole hours passed. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed through them. From early mortal realm stage 7 to late mortal realm in one go, I don't think the Yuan Qi pellet has such a big effect. After 3 months of hard work, it was already quite good for him to reach the mid-stage, since his body condition was not that great after all. It was barely above average, and could not compete with those martial geniuses at all. His only advantage was his powerful soul power and his extraordinary comprehensive ability. He could train any martial art to perfection. However, it did not have much to do with his cultivation. At most, he would be able to reach the next level faster, and it would not take him too long to do so. Could it be that the fish meat had changed my body quality, or that my body was extremely lacking in Yuan Qi, so it was more efficient and could convert more Qi into Qi? Yi Chen would not think about the things that he could not figure out for the time being. He needed to think about how to train the third spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell. Different from normal martial arts, body-boosting martial arts were usually very hard to train, and it had nothing to do with comprehension ability. It required opportunities and methods, or else it would be useless. Of course, it was not that Yi Chen did not have the ability to train it, but the training method of the third spell was a bit weird. It required him to absorb the jade qi from the jade stones and merge it with his body. Chapter 32. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen opened the box next to his bed and took out a blue jade pendant with dragon patterns. It looked a bit broken. This jade pendant was something Yi Chen had his eyes on at the pawn shop. At that time, he already felt that it was different from the others, but he did not know what was different about it. But now, Yi Chen could see through it with just one look. There was a blue qi circulating inside the jade pendant, and it was constantly repairing the broken parts. Natural blue jade! Yi Chen shouted in surprise. Jade was divided into innate and acquired. The latter was formed slowly after thousands of years, while the former was formed when a wisp of innate vital energy entered the jade and developed a faint spiritual nature. It often had indescribable hidden benefits for the wearer. However, these two kinds of jade were extremely hard to tell apart. If it were not for Yi Chen's powerful soul power, he would not have been able to recognize it. With this natural blue jade, it can save me a lot of time. Just when I am about to doze off, someone sends me a pillow. Yi Chen smiled and held the jade in his hand. Calming himself down, Yi Chen took a deep breath and pushed his pure yuan art to its limit. His pure yuan art flowed into the blue jade through the meridians in his arm. Pop! The yuan qi in the blue jade had already merged with the jade qi, forming a special kind of spiritual qi. It was quite thick and sticky, and it was a bit troublesome to absorb it with his pure yuan art. He could only pull out one stream at a time. One stream was fine, he could take it slow. As the spiritual qi entered his body, it did not merge with his qi. Instead, it spread to every part of his body, as if his body was a jade body. Next was the most important part. The pure jade body boosting spell flowed through his mind. Yi Chen used his powerful soul power to gather all the scattered spiritual qi and used it to cleanse his body. In the end, he simply merged it with the spiritual qi. Looking closely, one could see that there was a faint jade light on the surface of his skin, but it was so weak that it was almost negligible. 6 days had passed. Yi Chen had finally reached the entry level. His body had merged with 133 streams of spiritual qi. The blue jade's luster was getting dimmer and dimmer, and it had lost its spiritual qi. Once he started the pure jade body boosting spell, the surface of his body immediately shone with a jade-like luster, making him look indestructible. Picking up a fruit knife from the table, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and used 60% of his strength to stab at the less fatal spot on his chest. Pah! After all, the fruit knife was no match for a fine steel sword. It broke into 2, but there was only a white mark on Yi Chen's skin. Withdrawing the jade qi, Yi Chen's skin became soft again, and the luster of the jade disappeared. It was as delicate as a brocade, full of elasticity, but it didn't lose its explosive power. I'm only at minor success in the third art, and it already has such a defense. I really wonder what the fourth and fifth art will be like. Originally, Yi Chun had planned to cultivate with spirit stones only after he had mastered the third art. However, Yi Chun felt that it was about time. His meridians and physical body could withstand the impact of the spirit stone's Yuan Qi, so he didn't have to worry about any side effects. The result was just as he expected. The energy within the spirit stones was still boundless and pure, but it was already under his control and could not cause any more waves. With the huge amount of spirit stones Yuan Qi turned into Qi, Yi Chun soon broke through the mortal realm stage 7 and reached the early stage 8. Looking at the low-rank spirit stone in his hand, Yi Chun thought to himself, a low-rank spirit stone is enough for an early condensing reality realm warrior to use for 5 days, and I am only a mortal realm stage 8 warrior, so I should be able to use it for 10 days, maybe even more. That deceased senior left me a huge fortune. The Martial Plaza, the place where the Sky Cloud Martial School disciples competitions were held. Today was not an important day, and there were no competitions, but there were a lot of people gathered here from all directions. Most of them were outer disciples, and there were a few dozen inner disciples. Huang Bingwen, don't underestimate Zhang Haoren. He is called a genius, so he must have some skills. Brother Cui is right. Cross-realm challenges are nothing new in the Windy Nation. Don't fail miserably and embarrass us inner disciples. 3 inner disciples were walking side by side. 2 of them were talking to each other. Huang Bingwen, who was dressed in yellow, proudly said, "Of course I won't underestimate him. I gave him 2 months because I was about to break through to the 5th layer of the Heart Sutra. You should know that the gap between each layer of the Heart Sutra is very big. That way, I would have more confidence." It had been 2 months since the incident at the Pavilion of Martial Arts. Huang Bingwen did not forget about the bet with Zhang Haoren, and he also wanted to try out the power of the 5th level of the Heart Sutra. The 5th level of the Heart Sutra, you hit it so well. Zhang Haoren won't be able to do anything now. Oh, right. I heard that you also made a bet with another outer disciple. It is also today. Huang Bingwen said with disdain. Him? He is only at the late mortal realm stage 6. I can kill him with 1 finger. Late mortal realm stage 6? You're overestimating your own capabilities. Hee, this year's outer disciples are all itching for a beating. I can't help but teach them a lesson. Huang Bingwen was the star of today's show. As he arrived, everyone's eyes were on him, making him feel like he had never felt before. Standing on the stage, Huang Bingwen shouted, "Zhang Haoren, come up and die!" Below the stage, Zhang Haoren, who was wearing a blue shirt, sneered, "Huang Bingwen, if you want to die, you don't have to rush. You should take care of that stupid outer disciple first." He had already known about his cousin being badly wounded, but he was not in a hurry to take revenge. For him, letting Yi Chun be stepped on by Huang Bingwen in front of everyone would not be a bad idea. There was no need to dirty his own hands. If he fought with Huang Bingwen first, then Huang Bingwen would definitely lose, and he would not be able to see that scene. All right, I only need 1 move to take care of him. He can't run away anyways. Huang Bingwen did not care about such a small thing. He looked around, trying to find Yi Chun. In the crowd, Wu Zoming said worriedly, "Yi Chun, although you have reached the late mortal realm stage 9, your opponent has been at the early condensing reality realm for a long time. His martial skills and skills are all more powerful than yours. It will be very hard for you to win. Just try not to lose too badly." In the history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was rare for an outer disciple to defeat an inner disciple, and all of those outer disciples were extremely talented. Although Yi Chun was quite talented, it would be very difficult for him to compete with Huang Bingwen. Almost impossible. Yi Chun smiled lightly. "I know what I'm doing." Pushing through the crowd, Yi Chun walked towards the battling stage. He shouted, "Stop looking, I'm here." Huang Bingwen's eyes were fixed on Yi Chun. He laughed evilly. "Looks like you have been here for a long time. Why did you only come out now?" Shoo! With a jump, Yi Chen landed on the huge battling stage. To be honest, it was a mistake for you not to fight with Zhang Haran first, because you won't have the chance anymore. Huang Bingwen raised his eyebrows. What a boast! I will let you know what it feels like to be stepped on soon. An outer disciple, he did not even care about him. Chapter 33. This brat is looking for death. Do you guys know him? I know him. His name is Yi Chen. Half a year ago, he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 4. Even I can't see through him now. No wonder he is so confident. No matter how fast he improves, it doesn't matter. Although Brother Huang Bingwen is ranked in the top 300, he is still an early condensing reality realm warrior. Us outer disciples are no match for him at all. That's true. Yi Chen is going to be unlucky. The outer disciples were all talking about it, while the inner disciples were just watching coldly. Brat, go to hell. On the stage. Huang Bingwen didn't even prepare his power. He just took a big step forward and grabbed Yi Chen's head with his claw. The black claw light made a swishing sound. Demon finishing claw. Yi Chen recognized his opponent's martial skill. It was a top-rank mortal realm martial skill. With one attack, it could even break a steel plate. The power of the claw could penetrate through the Zhen Qi of a warrior of the same level. Shoo! Yi Chen lightly touched the ground and flew backwards, dodging the claw light. Huang Bingwen had a strange look in his eyes. He yelled, "Trying to dodge? Skynet attack!" Early condensing reality, realm warriors could already release their Zhen Qi and kill people from a distance. Huang Bingwen waved his hands in the air, and a dark ghost claw made of Zhen Qi shot out. Releasing Zhen Qi? Indeed troublesome. When fighting against a condensing reality realm warrior, the mortal realm warrior was not only weaker in many aspects, but also couldn't attack from a distance. At most, he could send out a palm wind mixed with qi from 3 to 4 meters away, which was not very powerful. But condensing reality, realm warriors were different. They could kill people from 10 meters away. Some of their martial skills even needed a certain distance to be effective, pushing the golden swallow art to its limit. Yi Chen's body flashed, leaving a shadow on the ground. He dodged the claw light and attacked Huang Bingwen. "You are looking for death. I was waiting for you." Huang Bingwen did not expect Yi Chen to be so fast, but he was not worried at all. With a backhand claw, he tore at Yi Chen. On the way, Yi Chen lowered his body and placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. His sharp eyes stared at Huang Bingwen. 10 steps. 7 steps. 5 steps. A sword light that was as twisted as water instantly attacked, and like a loach, it pierced through the gaps of the claw shadows. Flowing clouds and flowing water, 7th move, seeking gap. The simpler the move, the more effective it was, because it had no flaws at all. Before the sword arrived, Huang Bingwen's chest already had a reaction. It was cold and numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was incomparably shocked. Yi Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. However, he was an early condensing reality, realm warrior after all. He had been in the martial world for quite a while, and had experienced quite a few battles. After the initial shock, he let out an angry roar. "Mysterious heavy aura!" Buzz! The air vibrated. Looking at it with naked eyes, the space 3 feet around Huang Bingwen's body seemed to have been twisted. The sword light flew past him without leaving any damage. It is the 5th level of the mysterious heavy art. A few of the inner disciples frowned, and looked at Huang Bingwen in a different light. Yi Chen frowned and quickly backed out. Huang Bingwen said confidently, "In front of my mysterious heavy aura, all your attacks will be useless, but my attacks will be able to affect your balance." "Not necessarily," Yi Chen thought to himself. "This time, I will beat you with one attack." Huang Bingwen's face did not look good. He had planned to beat Yi Chen with one attack, and then teach Zhang Haran a lesson. But he did not expect Yi Chen to be so hard to deal with. Yi Chen's movement was so fast that it was impossible to track him down. Even after a few attacks, he still could not touch Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword art looked simple, but it forced him to use all of his power to activate the 5th level of the mysterious heavy art. Swimming dragon step. Extending his body, Huang Bingwen strode forward. With a few steps, he was like a soaring divine dragon as he charged toward Yi Chen. Huang Bingwen has even used the mysterious heavy aura and the swimming dragon step. Is this Yi Chen really that powerful? Many of the inner disciples had never fought with Yi Chen before, so they did not know what was going on. I can see that this Yi Chen is definitely a sword genius. An inner disciple said slowly with a serious face. What do you mean? I have seen Senior Sister. Zhu may fight with other core disciples before. She also used the flying cloud sword art. Although it is not that powerful, it is very hard to defend against. You think too highly of him. How can he be compared with Senior Sister? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Only some powerful inner disciples or core disciples would be able to see it. No matter what, this Yi Chen is now famous. Facing Huang Bingwen, who was rushing towards him, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. As he moved his feet, he used the 9th movement of the flying cloud, sword art, moving night. The night light was like water, and the sword light was everywhere. Huang Bingwen's eyes were dazzled. He never knew that the flying cloud sword art was this powerful. However, it was not enough to make him back off. His left hand formed into a claw, and his right hand formed a fist. He threw out a punch at the same time. Demon slaughtering wind claw, crazy fist. The sword and the claw clashed, and a cracking sound was heard. Yi Chen suddenly left the ground and flew back a little. He then made a fist with his left hand covered in a faint golden light and clashed with Huang Bingwen's right fist. Boom! 2 different forces pressed against each other and eventually exploded, causing waves of air to ripple. Right at that moment, Yi Chen floated backward in order to get rid of some of the power. Right then, as soon as his feet landed on the ground, his aura changed drastically. It was like a collapsing mountain as he shot out a sword attack towards Huang Bingwen. Not good. Huang Bingwen was caught unprepared. He increased his heavy qi field to its limit and tilted his head at the same time. Swoosh! The tip of the sword was twisted by the qi field and brushed past Huang Bingwen's cheek, bringing up a stream of blood. Infinite King Kong! Yi Chen yelled. His left fist shone with a golden light, as if it was made of gold. He took the opportunity and punched towards Huang Bingwen, making an air-piercing sound. Huang Bingwen's eyes were wide open, and he screamed, "Brat, I want you dead!" The first one to fly out was Huang Bingwen. His heavy qi field had been broken, and his chest had been punched by Yi Chen. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, along with the sound of his ribs breaking. Yi Chen was also sent flying. Huang Bingwen was still able to use his fist power after being punched, and it landed on Yi Chen's left chest. However, Yi Chen had already started the Pure Jade body-boosting spell. This fist power only made his qi and qi flow not smooth, and made his qi boil, but it had no effect at all. Yi Chen won. He is so powerful. Under the stage, everyone was shocked. They looked at Huang Bingwen, who had been defeated, and Yi Chen, who was still standing in disbelief. Zhang Haoren sneered. He was indeed surprised. 2 months ago, Yi Chen, who he did not take seriously, had now gained the power to beat an inner disciple. But in his eyes, Huang Bingwen was nothing, because he was also a condensing reality realm warrior now, and his power had increased by more than 1-fold. Yi Chen, do you dare to take 3 punches from me? Zhang Haoren did not seem to have moved, but he had already landed on the stage, completely ignoring the distance between them. Chapter 34. Zhang Haoren did not try to hide his Zhen Qi. All of the inner disciples could feel the vibration of his Zhen Qi. Some of them were surprised. It's Zhen Qi, he has reached the condensing reality realm. Another genius has been born. With his natural talent, I'm afraid he'll be able to surpass us very soon. Although Zhang Haoren was a rare genius, the inner disciples did not take him seriously after all. Most of the geniuses could train very fast. But when it came to breaking through to the next level, they were not even as good as some of the disciples. Only geniuses who had reached a certain level would be taken seriously. Sigh. Looks like we have to work even harder. Being surpassed by others is not a good feeling, and there are still a bunch of people above us. That's true, let's not think about the core disciples for now, but there are a few freaks among the inner disciples. They have trained their top-rank mortal realm arts to the peak of the 7th stage. How can they let others live? The higher the rank of the art, the harder it is to improve. Even if I was given a low-rank Earth realm art, I would not be able to train it. While the inner disciples were still discussing, Wu Zongming walked onto the stage. Zhang Haoren, you are not the only one who has reached the condensing reality realm. Whoosh! A stream of pure qi spread out from Wu Zongming's body. The dust on the stage was blown away. Wu Zongming had also reached the condensing reality realm. A lot of people were interested. Zhang Haoren sneered, "You were not my opponent when you were at the mortal realm. You are definitely not my opponent now." Wu Zongming said, "Let's see what you have got. Yi Qin, you go down first." Actually, he did not have any confidence in fighting against Zhang Haoren. The reason why he stood out was to let Yi Qin recover his qi. Yi Qin smiled lightly. He said to Zhang Haoren, "You want to exchange 3 punches with me? I know you've consumed a lot of your inner qi. If we really fight, you'll be at a disadvantage. Now, as long as you can take 3 of my punches without being defeated, you win. What do you think?" Zhang Haoren stood with his hands behind his back. His green robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Wu Zongming quickly said, "Yi Qin, don't agree. You're good at swordsmanship, but he's good at kung fu." Then he turned to Zhang Haoren and shouted, "Zhang Haoren, you can't be so shameless." Zhang Haoren said lightly, "Did I say that he wouldn't use a sword?" "I promise you, it's time to resolve the conflict between us." Yi Qin took a deep breath and slowly calmed his boiling blood. All right then. Wu Zongming knew that it was none of his business, so he quickly landed off the stage. On the stage, looking at Zhang Haoren, who seemed to have a card up his sleeve, Yi Qin remembered what had happened in the reception hall a month ago. One of the 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Lu Wuxiang, had fought against the 2nd core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Luo Hanshan, with 3 punches. Now he also had the chance to fight against someone with 3 punches. Although both of them were far weaker than the previous 2, it was still enough to make people's blood boil and feel proud. Let's start. Yi Qin did not seem to want to take out his sword. He just put his hands together. Zhang Haoren sneered and said disdainfully, "If I don't take out my sword, you won't even be able to take 2 of my moves. Do you think I'm as easy to deal with as that useless Huang Bingwen?" To be honest, when I fought against Huang Bingwen, I didn't even use my full power. Yi Qin smiled lightly. What? He is only at Mortal Realm Stage 9, and he didn't even use his full power when fighting against Huang Bingwen? Is he just trying to be mysterious, or is he just bluffing? Suddenly, the crowd of disciples started to chatter. In the crowd, Huang Bingwen's face turned pale when he heard what Yi Qin said. He said angrily, "This is ridiculous. If I didn't look down on him, this wouldn't have happened." The inner disciple next to him sighed and said, "Huang Bingwen, no matter if you admit it or not, a loss is a loss. There is nothing to say. I just can't take it anymore." Huang Bingwen clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Haoren laughed out loud. "All right, take my first attack, Ice Snow Universe." When he was still at stage 10 of Qi, Zhang Haoren's Soaking Cold Palm was already extremely powerful. Now that he had reached the condensing reality realm, he was able to summon a blizzard as soon as he attacked. The entire stage was covered in layers of frost, and the frost was quickly spreading towards Yi Chen's direction. Along the way, the blizzard intertwined and moved towards Yi Chen. Chin! Yi Chen clenched his right fist, which made a metal clashing sound, and threw out a punch without any hesitation. The blizzard covered both of their figures, making it hard for the naked eye to see them clearly. Even some of the inner disciples were shocked by the power of the battle, not to mention Huang Bingwen, who had just lost to Yi Qin. How is this possible? This is only a high-rank mortal realm martial skill. Why is it so powerful in Zhang Haren's hands? Huang Bingwen looked like he had just been shocked. Of course, Zhang Haren did not hear Huang Bingwen's words, and even if he did, he would not care. The difference between a genius and a mediocre person was something that he would never understand. In the blizzard, Yi Chen's eyes could not see, nor could his ears hear, but with his super-sensitive senses, he could clearly see Zhang Haren's movements and expressions, without missing a single detail. Go to hell! Zhang Haren threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen's chest. Not necessarily. Yi Chen waited patiently and threw out a punch. Boom! The blizzard exploded. Yi Chen's fist and Zhang Haren's palm collided. Both of them did not want to give way, and stood there motionlessly. Facing this situation, Zhang Haren grinned. He turned his left palm into a fist and threw out a lightning-fast punch towards Yi Chen's chest. But to his surprise, he did not know when he had also been hit, and it was also on his chest. The crowd only heard 2 clashing sounds, and the 2 people on the stage were both blown back, their bodies staggering. Haha, my iron cloak art has already reached the highest level. You can never hurt me. Zhang Haren patted his chest, looking like he did not care. The clothes on Yi Chen's chest had already been shattered. He looked down and saw that his strong muscles had a jade-like luster and was covered with a layer of frost. With a shake of his chi, the frost was quickly shattered and fell off like crystal dust. Raising his head, Yi Qin said, "You did not hurt me either." This time Zhang Haren's face looked terrible. I did not expect you to have trained a body-strengthening art as well. I have underestimated you. But with this punch, you will definitely lose. Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist. Compared to a few months ago, Zhang Haren's mastery of the Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist, had become much more proficient. Boundless blue chi gathered around his palms, letting out waves of tiger roars. Soon after, a gorgeous light tail was drawn out as it charged towards Yi Qin, like a flying dragon soaring into the sky. Taking a step forward, Yi Qin pulled his right fist back and roared in his heart. My current strength is more than 10,000 pounds. I can even kill an elephant. Today, I will let you be the first person to experience it. Swoosh! Taking a step forward, Yi Chen's fist was more powerful than any weapon, instantly tearing the air apart, and a thin layer of chi was squeezed out in front of his fist, continuously tightening. The 2 fists collided, and Zhang Haren flew out in fear, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 35. Standing in the middle of the battling platform, Yi Chen's body was like an unsheathed sharp sword. This guy is really scary. If beating Huang Bingwen proved how powerful he is, then beating the genius Zhang Haren only proves that he is a freak. That's right, it's not scary for a genius to challenge someone with a higher cultivation than him. What's scary is that the one who is defeated is also a genius, just like when someone challenged the head disciple. That's impossible. Among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, no one can challenge the head disciple. I'm just giving an example. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, Zhang Haren held his broken right arm with his left hand and raised his head. His lips were covered in blood and slid down to his chin. He said viciously, "No one can beat me. Zhang Haren, not even you. Yi Qin, wait for me. You have to become an inner disciple in 5 months. Then I will challenge you again." Everyone shook their heads. Yi Chen could already beat you when he was only at the Mortal Realm Stage 9. When he becomes an inner disciple, would you still have a chance? Yi Chen admired Zhang Haren a little. Although he was arrogant and thought that no one could compete with him, his fighting spirit was amazing. He never knew when to retreat. Huang Bingwen, on the other hand, was much worse. Once he lost, he would hide in the crowd. Maybe he was planning something bad behind the scenes. With this kind of personality, it would be hard for him to achieve anything great. All right, I will give you a chance to challenge me, and in 5 months, I will definitely become an inner disciple. Facing someone with fighting spirit, Yi Qin did not say anything sarcastic. Standing up unsteadily, Zhang Haoren looked deeply at Yi Qin. You are very powerful. I, Zhang Haoren, did not feel bad losing to you. But if you want me to submit to you, that is impossible. After saying that, he walked off the stage with determination. Wow, such a proud character, not bad. The battling platform was surrounded by stands for the audience. They went up step by step until they reached a height of 6 meters. On the edge of the stage, a young man in green was waving a fan in his hand, looking relaxed. On the side, the young man with the iron sword in his arms said lightly, reaching the condensing reality realm at the age of 13, he should be in the top 5 of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the past 10 years. The green-clothed youth nodded. When he grows up, he will be our opponent. As for the other one, I'm very curious as to why he has such great strength. Even the core disciple Su Jing can't compare to him. He is nothing to worry about. After reaching the condensing reality realm, physical strength will no longer be able to determine the outcome of a battle. But his defense is a bit tricky, and I have never seen it before. Everyone has their own secrets. Didn't you also obtain a sword art in the ghost weeping forest? The green-clothed youth smiled and said, Let's go. We're too relaxed. The sword-wielding youth nodded and left the martial arts square with the green-robed youth. If someone saw these two, they would definitely recognize them. The sword-wielding youth was one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. His name was Li Kuang. His sword art could even make ghosts worry, and he was known as the Ghost Sword in the northern part of the Windy Nation. The green-clothed youth was called Pei Shaoqing, and he was ranked even higher than Li Kuang. Although he was young, he had a friendly attitude. The two had just returned from a school mission. They saw a lot of people on the martial arts square, so they came to have a look. They didn't come to watch the battle. On the way back, Wu Zongming looked at Yi Qin strangely. Yi Qin, you've improved so much. You've left me far behind. Yi Qin couldn't explain what had happened to him, so he said, Improved a lot? I don't feel anything. Think about it. When you were in the Mu Ren gang, you were only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. Now you are at Mortal Realm Stage 9. And not just any ordinary Mortal Realm Stage 9. When you reach the condensing reality realm, who knows what kind of monster you will become? Maybe I've been enlightened all of a sudden. Hearing this, Wu Zongming nodded unexpectedly. You're right. Some people are mediocre in the beginning, but suddenly rise in the middle. You might be one of them. Yi Qin was speechless. As the days passed, Yi Qin was not as high profile as everyone thought he would be. Instead, he stayed in his house all day. Even when he went out, he would go to his training spot, the cliff. During this time, Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming had officially become inner disciples. Every inner disciple had a special tag on their waist. On the back of the tag was their name. With it, they could freely enter and exit the martial skill pavilion, read the top-rank Mortal Realm manuals, accept missions from the school, travel around the martial world, and build their own business and reputation. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger in the Jianghu. In the past 10 years of the Sky Cloud Martial School, countless inner disciples had died. Some were ambushed by the Jianghu. Some were killed by the martial artists of the underworld. Some were killed by the disciples of other martial schools, and some had completely disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Even so, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not take any measures to reduce the number of inner disciples who died. To them, no matter how beautiful the flowers in the greenhouse were, they would not be able to withstand the wind and rain. Only by letting them travel the martial world would they be able to grow up and build a solid foundation for the future. However, Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming did not need to do any missions for now. Within half a year of becoming an inner disciple, the leaders allowed them to focus on training their martial arts. After half a year, they would be able to use the martial world as a grindstone to train their willpower and martial arts talent. While everyone was working hard, Yi Chen worked even harder. Every day, besides training the third spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell, he would train with the soul stones. After Yi Chen had absorbed all the qi from the blue jade, he did not need to absorb the jade qi anymore. What he needed to do was to master the martial art which made every inch of his body have a connection with each other. Once this connection was established, his defense would be flawless, and he would not have any weaknesses. Without a doubt, the meat of the strange fish had helped Yi Chen a lot. Otherwise, he would not be able to train the third spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell to this level in such a short time. Even early condensing reality, realm warriors would not be able to hurt him. Seeing that he was about to finish the meat of the strange fish, Yi Chen's strength had stopped at 12,000 pounds. Towards the end, every increase of 10 pounds of strength would be 10 times more difficult than before. It was almost the limit of his body. If he wanted to continue to increase his strength, he would have to make a breakthrough. At night, a bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight shone through the window, making the room look hazy. Outside the window, the shadows of the trees stuck to the ground, which added a sense of serenity to the room. Yi Chen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a soul stone in each of his hands. Originally, Yi Chen did not dare to train with 2 soul stones, although it would double the speed of increasing his qi. The huge amount of yuan qi from the soul stones would break his meridians and turn him into a useless person. However, since his body condition had been greatly improved, and the third spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell was almost completed, using 1 soul stone to train was already a piece of cake. Using 2 soul stones at the same time was just right. As the huge amount of yuan qi from the soul stones turned into qi, the qi whirlpool in Yi Chen's dantian kept expanding, and finally filled up his dantian. Fortunately, the pure jade body-boosting spell could strengthen his dantian, and the meat of the strange fish had also strengthened his dantian. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to have problems. Whoosh! The qi whirlpool suddenly shrunk by 30% and became the same size as before. Yi Chen opened his eyes and slowly let out a breath. Finally, the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. The condensing reality realm is even harder than I thought. In order to reach the condensing reality realm, one had to liquefy the qi into Zhen qi, which was a very difficult process. The further one advanced, the harder it would be to compress the qi, and there might even be a rebound effect. Compared to other people, Yi Chen's breakthrough was already much easier. The pure yuan art was famous for its purity, and it was easy to control. However, when it was time to break through to the condensing reality realm, Yi Chen would not be able to continue refining the yuan qi from the soul stones. No matter how pure the yuan qi was, it would still take some time to merge with the qi inside the body, which would have a huge side effect on reaching the condensing reality realm. Standing up and walking to the window, Yi Chen looked out at the night sky and said to himself, "The Yi family meeting will start in half a month. It's time to go home." Chapter 36. The distance from the Sky Cloud Martial School to the Maple Leaf City, where the Yi family lived, was about 12,000 miles. Even with 1,000 miles horse, it would take 12 days to get there. If there were any delays in the middle, half a month would be just enough. However, this world was different from the world where Yi Chen came from. 1,000 miles horse was nothing. The fastest horse in the Windy Nation was the ghost-eyed jade lion, which had the bloodline of a demonic beast. It could run 3,300 miles a day. It was produced in the Devil Grassland in the east of the Windy Nation. It was extremely hard to catch and tame. Even the most common one could be sold for 100,000 gold. Although warriors could make a lot of money, only a few could afford a ghost-eyed jade lion. The reason was that warriors spent money like water. For example, Yi Chen could earn 10,000 or 20,000 in 4 to 5 days. However, after he bought the pellets, he would not have much left. Especially the higher the level of the pellets, the more expensive it would be. It could even be more expensive than a ghost-eyed jade lion. After asking for 1.5 months' leave from the outer master, Yi Chen hurriedly started his journey back. He was riding a cyan mane horse, which could run 1,200 miles a day, which was worth 5,000 silver. As for the dark brown horse, which could run 2,000 miles a day, it was not that he could not afford it, but he could not control it at that time. Hiya! At the foot of the mountain, Yi Chen squeezed the horse's belly with both of his legs and sped away. After the Windy Town was the closest city to the Sky Cloud Martial School, the Windy City. Walking out from the south gate of the Windy City, Yi Chen's vision suddenly widened. The sky was blue, the clouds were pure white, the wind was wild, and the land was flat. Everything was presented in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Riding on the horse at lightning speed, Yi Chen had an urge to roar into the sky. He had never thought that one day he would be able to be like the martial artists in the martial arts novels, traveling in the martial world alone with a sword, although he was not really traveling in the martial world yet. Tat, 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 tat. Nearby, a few martial artists rode over. "Little brother, let's go to the Silent Hills to hunt some demonic beasts. How about you join us?" Yi Chen had no intention of slowing down his horse. He turned his head and said, "I'm sorry, I still have something to do. What could be more important than making money? You should know that with our strength, killing a third-level demonic beast is nothing difficult for us." The leading guest of the Jianghu wore a bamboo hat and had a scar on his face. He was still trying to persuade them patiently. Yi Chen sneered, "Sorry, I will take my leave now. Go." With a shake of the reins, the cyan mane horse's speed reached its limit. "Humph, this brat is too cunning. I won't be able to scheme against him." Scarface Man's expression was cold. "Boss, why didn't you stop him just now? He's riding a cyan bristled horse, so he must be very rich. If we did this, it would be enough for us to enjoy ourselves for half a month. Yeah, judging from his appearance, he should be a young master of some family." The scar-faced man reprimanded, "What do you know? This brat's eyes are sharp, and he has a murderous aura about him. He's definitely not a good person. Be careful not to fail miserably." After saying that, his tone changed. "It's almost the end of the year. All the disciples of the small sects within 1,000 miles have returned home. There will be plenty of opportunities. Don't take your life as a joke." "That's right. Boss, you have great foresight." "All right, let's go." The group turned their horses around and headed back to the Windy City. Far away from them, Yi Chen sneered. These people must have thought of him as one of those arrogant martial artists who had never traveled the martial world. Once he agreed to go to the Silent Hills with them, he would definitely show his true colors as a robber and kill them for their treasures. Unfortunately, even though Yi Chen had never traveled the martial world, he had a lot of experience. It was all thanks to the dozens of wuxia novels he had read during his high school and university. Tens of thousands of miles away, a young man was also riding a cyan mane horse, running as fast as lightning. The young man was wearing a white robe, carrying a great blade on his back. He had a handsome face and looked a bit similar to Yi Chen. "The Purple Sun Martial School is right in front of me. I said I would meet up with my big brother. I wonder if he is waiting for me there." The young man looked into the distance. A majestic mountain was standing there. It was faintly glowing with a light purple color. It looked majestic, and purple chi was coming from the east. After a while, the young man arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Yi Tang, you are here." There were a lot of Purple Sun Martial School disciples at the foot of the mountain. They were all wearing purple robes with a fire sun embroidered on the back. One of them, a young man with big eyes and bushy eyebrows, said. The handsome young man rode his horse and walked over. "Big brother, your Purple Sun Martial School is not bad. It is not like the North Snow Martial Academy, where it snows all year round." The bushy-eyebrowed young man was the eldest son of Yi Chen's eldest uncle. His name was Yi Feng, and the handsome young man was his younger brother, Yi Tang. One of them had entered the Rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School, and the other had entered the Rank 7 North Snow Martial Academy. Both of them were much more talented than Yi Qin. Yi Feng said, "I would like to go to the North Snow Martial Academy, but I am not talented enough. Don't be too greedy." Yi Tang smiled and looked at Yi Feng carefully. "Big brother, you have reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 9. Not bad." Reaching the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 9 from early Mortal Realm Stage in 3 years was already considered above average. The martial school would also pay attention to such a person. "How can I be compared to you? You should be at Mortal Realm Stage 10 now." Yi Feng could not see through Yi Tang, or rather, he had never seen through him. Yi Tang said with a bit of pride, "I barely reached the condensing reality realm. My Zhen Qi is not stable yet." "You have reached the condensing reality realm?" Yi Feng was shocked. Although the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 was only one step away from the condensing reality realm, it was extremely difficult to cross the threshold. Many disciples with above-average talent had to spend more than half a year to cross the threshold and officially become an inner disciple. There was no need to show off in front of his brother, so Yi Tang changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of the family meeting, I wonder how that trash Yi Qin is doing. Don't tell me he has not reached Mortal Realm Stage 7 yet? It is so embarrassing to be in the same family as him." Yi Feng put away his jealousy and chuckled. "The more you train, the harder it is to improve. I think he might not even reach late Mortal Realm Stage 6. Let's go back and teach him a lesson. Let him know how useless he is." Now that I think about it, I miss those days. There were people waiting on me every day, and I could bully Yi Qin when I was unhappy. But he was quite stubborn. He never told his parents. Humph! What's the use of telling them? Our father is an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School. He is not afraid of Yi Chen's father, although he is the leader of the Yi family. "Oh, right. Is father coming home this year?" Yi Feng nodded. "Father said he would be a few days late, so we should go back first." "I see. Then let's go back first. I think that trash Yi Qin should be leaving the Sky Cloud Martial School soon. And Yi Xian, I wonder what level she has reached. If there was one disciple in the Yi family that Yi Tang valued, it would be Yi Xian. When he was at mid-Mortal Realm Stage 5, she was at late Mortal Realm Stage 5, which made him depressed for a while. But now that 3 years had passed, he should be ahead of her. Yi Feng no longer expected to surpass Yi Tang, not to mention that Yi Xian was his own brother. In the future, when Yi Tang became successful, he would be proud as well. In the true spirit continent, there are very few women who can become powerful warriors. Maybe her cultivation is just at the same level as mine. Yi Tang thought it was reasonable. Let's go. All right. The two rode their horses and left. Chapter 37. Qing Yuan River, the biggest river in Luo City. It was 2,700 miles long. The widest part was 12 miles, and the narrowest part was only 2 to 3 miles. Wooden boats were crossing the river, scattered all over the place. Yi Qin stood at the front of the boat with his horse, looking into the distance. There was a magnificent city, square in shape, with a tall tower in the center, which could be seen clearly from miles away. "Young warrior, are you going home to visit your family?" The boatman who was paddling saw Yi Qin wearing a blue robe with a great sword on his waist. No matter how the boat moved, he could not move at all, so he couldn't help but ask. Yi Qin nodded. "I haven't been home for 3 years." During the last 2 family meetings, Yi Qin did not go back, because even if he did, it would still be embarrassing. But this time was different. Even if the family did not send an announcement, he would still go back and take back his dignity. Going back is a must. Nothing is better than home. The boatman seemed to think of his wife at home. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he did not feel tired anymore. Yi Qin was actually a bit conflicted. Going home meant seeing his parents. Although he had merged with Yi Chen's soul from this world and accepted all of his feelings, he was still the one controlling the body. In other words, Yi Chen's consciousness had disappeared, and he was still himself in the 21st century. When the boat reached the shore, Yi Chen threw a whole piece of silver to the boatman. "Young warrior, there is no need for this much." The boatman was dazed for a second, then he said honestly. Yi Chen waved his hand, jumped on his horse, and rushed towards Luo City. Looking at Yi Chen's back, the boatman was both envious and happy. He envied the warrior's generosity, never having to worry about money, and he was happy that 10 silvers would be able to buy a couple of beautiful clothes for his wife, and there would still be more than half left. He thought she would be very happy. Luo City. After showing the Yi family's disciple badge to the guards, Yi Chen rode his horse and flew into the city. The Yi family was located in the south of Luo City, covering 1,000 acres of land. In front of the gate, there was a pair of stone lions that were as tall as 2 people. The red gate was decorated with shiny copper nails and rings, and the guards at the gate were all dressed in bright clothes. They were obviously mortal realm warriors. Young Master Qin has returned. Hearing the sound of the horse's hooves, the servants looked over. When they saw the young man dressed in blue, their eyes lit up and they called out loudly, "Young Master Qin, I'll take the reins." A servant hurriedly ran over to take the reins. After getting off the horse, Yi Chen asked, "Are my parents home?" The servant said, "Master and mistress are both here. I've already sent someone to inform them." "All right, I'll go pay my respects to them right away." After passing through the entrance, Yi Chen was led by a servant to the entrance of the main hall. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen stepped inside. The main hall was spacious, and inside stood a man and a woman. The man was about 40 years old, his face was pale and beardless, and his body was tall. Just by standing there, he emitted an indescribable sense of majesty, making people unable to look at him directly. The woman looked like she was in her 30s. She was extremely beautiful, graceful, and had a pair of bright eyes just like Yi Chen's, and her body was just like a young girl's. These two were Yi Chen's father, Yi Tianhao, and his mother, Xin Yuqing. Father, mother. At this moment, Yi Chen naturally bowed down, as if there was an invisible force controlling him. Xin Yuqing's face was filled with excitement. She walked over and helped him up. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Yi Tianhao smiled and nodded. He was about to say something, but suddenly he was surprised. "Chenair, you've reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Is it true?" Shen Yuqing was so excited to see her son that she didn't notice anything. Looking at Yi Chen's qi again, it was so pure and powerful that it was only one step away from condensing Jin qi. If it wasn't the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, then what else could it be? "Chenair, what's going on?" Normally, Shen Yuqing should be very happy. As an outer elder of the Rudra martial school, an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and her husband was the leader of the Yi family, she would never want her children to be weaker than others and be called trash by others. But now that her son had suddenly become a genius, she didn't know what to do. Although Yi Tianhao didn't say anything, his eyes had revealed what he was thinking. Yi Chen had already thought of what to say. He cleared his throat and said, "I don't know what happened. I suddenly realized that training is very easy, just like eating and drinking." The more complicated a lie was, the easier it was to be exposed. Yi Chen knew this. Suddenly realized, Yi Tianhao didn't understand. Xin Yuqing thought for a while, then said to her husband, "It's not like this hasn't happened before. There was a disciple in our Rudra martial school. He was just an ordinary disciple when he first joined the school. But after 1 or 2 years, he unexpectedly became smarter. He made a breakthrough in his cultivation and is now a core disciple. So, our Chenair is also a genius." Yi Tianhao didn't care about the Rudra martial school disciple. He only cared about his son. Shen Yuqing said, "To be exact, he is an acquired genius. No matter if he is an acquired genius or an innate genius, he is still a genius." "Haha, my Chenair is a genius. I am so happy." Yi Tianhao laughed out loud. He was in high spirits. Seeing his parents so happy, Yi Chan said seriously, "Don't worry, from now on, I, Yi Chin, will not be weaker than anyone else." Of course, in just 3 years, he went from early mortal realm stage 2 to peak mortal realm stage 10. Who dares to say that my son is weaker than anyone else? Shin Yuqing gently pushed Yi Tianhao. "I know you are happy, but Chinair came back in a hurry. Let him rest first. We will talk after dinner." "You are right, Chinair. Your yard is ready. Go take a bath to get rid of your fatigue. Then I will leave now." Leaving the hall, Yi Chin followed his memory and went back to his yard. "Hello, young master." A girl in green was already waiting for him in the yard. Yi Chin smiled. "Chui Er, long time no see. You have grown up." Chui Er blushed. "Young master, you have grown up too." You are right. Is the bath water ready?" Chui Er saw that Yi Chan was still so approachable. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "It is ready. Young master, this way, please." In the bathroom, white steam filled the air. After letting Chui Er go out, Yi Chin took off his clothes and jumped into the tub naked. So comfortable. Moaning, Yi Chin lied down and closed his eyes. The situation was smoother than he had imagined. The most important thing was that he did not feel unfamiliar with Yi Tianhao and Shin Yuqing, as if they were his parents. Thinking of this, Yi Chin was deeply moved. In the 21st century, he did not know who his parents were. He was picked up from an orphanage, then went to primary school, middle school, university, just like everyone else. There was nothing special about him. He did not expect that after coming to this world, he would also have his own parents. This kind of blood is thicker than water. It made him feel nostalgic. Chapter 38. The dinner was very rich, but of course it was not about eating. "Chen, why didn't you go to the South Rudra Martial School? If you were there, your mother would have been able to take care of you." Shen Yuqing was an outer master of the South Rudra Martial School. Although he did not have as much power as an inner master, he could go back home often. Plus, the South Rudra Martial School was not far from Luo City, only 2 or 3 days away. Yi Chin said, "I just wanted to live alone. Isn't it nice now?" Shen Yuqing sighed. "You are right. If you went to the South Rudra Martial School, you might not be able to achieve what you have now. I almost ruined you." Yi Tianhao took a sip of wine and laughed. "Do you have any hope of reaching the condensing reality realm? The Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition will start in a few months. Probably at the end of this month." So confident. Shen Yuqing put down his chopsticks. Yi Chin explained, "I have already condensed a little bit of Zhen Qi in my body. Plus, I am training the pure Yuan art. I have already reached the peak of the 5th stage." Gasp! Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing gasped. Many of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation had repeated mortal realm martial arts. The South Rudra Martial School also had the pure Yuan art. However, only a few people could reach the 5th stage of the pure Yuan art when they were still in the mortal realm, not to mention the peak of the 5th stage. With a bitter smile, Shin Yuqing said, "Back in the day when I was still an outer disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, I was also training the pure Yuan art, but I could only reach the peak of the 4th stage. I did not expect that my son would be even more successful than me." Yi Tianhao nodded. He finally understood how talented Yi Chin was. At least in terms of martial arts training, he was as talented as most of the other geniuses. "Oh right, I have some bad news for you. Yi Tang and Yi Xian have already reached the condensing reality realm," Shen Yuqing said seriously. She didn't want to say it at first, because she didn't want to hurt Yi Chen's enthusiasm. However, it was better to say it out loud so that he wouldn't have to bear a bigger contrast. Yi Chen nodded. "I know about Yi Xian breaking through to the condensing reality realm, but there is one more thing you don't know. Ji Shuyan had already gone to the Sky Cloud Martial School and asked to cancel the engagement with me." Cancel the engagement. The chopsticks in Yi Tianhao's hand were broken into two. His expression was very ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Yu Qing, I already said that this marriage is not reliable. Now the consequences are here. The marriage has been broken off in front of everyone. How do you expect Chiner to live?" Xin Yuqing was stunned for a long time. When he recovered, he said, "Ji Xuan's mother and I are like sisters. I'll go and talk to her later." "What are you talking about? Is there no one who likes our Chiner?" Yi Chen looked calm. "You don't have to worry. This incident didn't affect me. If you want to cancel the engagement, so be it. I don't plan to get married too early anyways." Shen Yuqing was a mother after all. Her son was wronged. She felt bad too. She said sarcastically, "In a few years, she will know that she made the wrong choice. She is wrong now. My son is already a genius. He can have all kinds of women in the future." Yi Tianhao was even more extreme than Xin Yuqing. Not wanting to continue this topic, Xin Yuqing said, "Ji Xuan, let's put this thing aside for now. Right now, the most important thing is the family meeting at the end of the year. There will be a total of 18 people from the Yi family. The top 3 will get the full support of the family, and the champion will get a low-rank storage ring." A low-rank storage ring? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The mid-rank storage ring he had was too eye-catching. Not only the condensing reality realm warriors would want it, even the clasping yuan realm warriors would want it. It was not safe at all. If he had a low-rank storage ring, he could avoid a lot of trouble. "In the family meeting at the end of the year, I will be the champion." In other people's eyes, Yi Chen was very arrogant when he said this, but he did not think so. "Good, very aggressive. I like it. Whether you get the champion or not, your mother and I will buy you a low-rank storage ring." Xin Yuqing nodded and said, "As long as you work hard, you can have anything you want. After all, I have been an outer master of the Rudra Martial School for so many years. I still have some savings." Yi Chen smiled. He was lucky to have parents like this. However, he still preferred to fight with his own hands. Of course, he could not say too much right now. He knew that his parents did not have much hope for him to get the champion. After all, the condensing reality realm and the condensing reality realm were two completely different things. After dinner, Yi Chen went back to his yard. The moonlight outside was like water. The whole Yi family was silent. Inside the house, Yi Chen sat on the bed with his legs crossed. His breathing was steady and powerful. Contrary to the quietness outside, Yi Chen's body was filled with turbulence. His qi was circulating at a speed 3 times faster than usual. And with each cycle, the qi whirlpool in Yi Chen's dantian would have an extra trace of liquid qi gathering in the center. After an hour, Yi Chen opened his eyes and mumbled to himself tiredly. No wonder so many people are stuck at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 for more than half a year. Converting qi into qi is too hard. No matter how talented you are, you can't do it in one day. But at this speed, I should be able to reach the condensing reality realm in 10 days. Seriously speaking, very few people could predict when they would make a breakthrough. But Yi Chen was different. His soul power was twice that of normal people, and the highest level of the pure yuan art, his qi, was also extremely pure, which allowed him to accurately predict the timing of his breakthrough with very little error, which he had already tested before. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen got off the bed and went to the yard to practice his sword arts. The next day, the Yi family was bustling with noise and excitement. It was not because the family meeting had started, but because the 2 geniuses of the Yi family had returned. Yi Tang and Yi Xian, not just the Yi family, even the whole Luo city knew about them. One of them had reached the early mortal realm stage 5 at the age of 12, and the other had reached the mid-mortal realm stage 5. One had joined the rank 7 martial school, the North Snow Martial Academy, and the other had joined the rank 7 martial school, the Emerald Martial Palace. It was hard to tell who was better. Besides them, Yi Feng was also quite famous, but compared to these 2, he was not as famous. Besides these three, there were many other disciples in the Yi family. Some of them had joined martial institutions a few years ago, some were training outside, and some were traveling the world with their masters. Now, they were all returning to the Yi family, preparing for the family meeting that was going to be held in a few days. For the servants of the Yi family, guessing who would get the first place was their biggest pleasure, and this year was no exception. It was said that they had secretly started a bet. The ones with the highest winning rate were obviously Yi Tang and Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng did not get the third place, but the fifth place. The third place was taken by Yi Hai, who was traveling the world with his master. The fourth place was taken by Yi Ming, who was training outside, and Yi Qin was the 18th place. Yi Qin did not know any of this, but even if he knew, he would not care. After all, the first place was not something that could be won easily. It was all about strength. Chapter 39. On the west side of the Yi family's training ground, a few people were walking and chatting. The leader of the group was a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a black robe, carrying a blade on his back. He had a determined look on his face, and his body was emitting a faint, murderous vibe. Brother Yi Hai, I think only you and Yi Tang and Yi Xian can compete for the first place in this year's family meeting. The teenager who was talking seemed to admire the teenager in black a lot. Yi Hai said lightly, I was apprenticed to my master when I was 13. For the past 3 years, I have followed him around the world. I have been to the Devil Grassland in the Windy Nation, the Rudra Nation, the Black Dragon Empire with billions of people. I have fought sharks on the Changbai River, lived in the Mud Dolls Desert for a month, and did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without eating anything. Therefore, for me, the first place in the family meeting is nothing. As for Yi Ming, although he has also trained hard outside, he is only at Mortal Realm Stage 10, so he is not a threat. What's so great about training? You will never know the importance of a martial institution if you have never been in one. Not far away, another 3 or 4 people walked over. Yi Tang, who was wearing a white robe, looked at Yi Hai provocatively. Yi Hai glanced at Yi Tang. Indeed, the training system of the martial institutions is perfect, but in front of me, who has killed dozens of people, how much of your power can you use? Killing. I thought you were going to say something. Yi Tang laughed, pointed at Yi Hai, and said, Our North Snow Martial Academy is trained in the art of killing. Although I am not talented, I have killed dozens of people. Your so-called killing is bullying people who are weaker than you, right? Have you ever challenged someone who is stronger than you? Have you ever felt like you were on the verge of death? Do you have any experience of turning defeat into victory? You have nothing. You just kill people to show off. Yi Hai's 3 questions made Yi Tang speechless. He retorted, It is useless to say anything now. We will see who is better at the family meeting. Let's go. After Yi Tang and his people left, the teenager next to Yi Hai said, Brother Yi Hai, I support you. That Yi Tang is nothing special. Yi Hai shook his head. No, seriously speaking, he is not weaker than me, maybe even stronger. The North Snow Martial Academy's art of killing is the best in the Windy Nation. No one can compete with it. But winning or losing is not just a competition of power. By the way, are there any new powerful figures in the Yi family recently? Yi Hai asked. The top 5 would be you, Yi Xian, Yi Tang, Yi Ming, and Yi Feng. The others wouldn't catch your eye. What about that Yi Qin? Yi Qin is still a piece of trash, at most Mortal Realm Stage 6. Strange, it's been 5 years and I'm still at Mortal Realm Stage 6. On average, I've improved a little more than 1 stage every year. Are you guys mistaken? How is that possible? Apart from being the patriarch's son, that guy has nothing good about him. He's really a disgrace to our Yi clan. Since there aren't any powerful disciples, I have a 60% chance of winning first place. Yi Hai was very confident in himself. He firmly believed that these 3 years of life and death tempering would be an unshakable driving force for his future development. 3 days passed in a flash. The clan meeting at the end of the year began. Early morning. After washing up, Yi Chen tidied up his clothes and walked towards the Yi family's training ground with his great steel sword. The drill ground was packed with people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Almost all the servants and warriors living in the Yi family had come to watch the family meeting martial arts competition. In addition, some of the big shots in Luo City had also come, taking the opportunity to observe the strength of the new generation of the Yi family. Looking around, Yi Chen found a relatively quiet contestant seat and walked over. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were sitting next to each other. On the right side of Yi Tianhao was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. His body was a little fat. His every movement carried an invisible pressure. It was obvious that he was a big shot, and not just any big shot. Patriarchy, may I ask which one is your son? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Yi Tianhao had already noticed where Yi Chen was. He pointed over and said, Mayor Lin, that is my son. Sorry for the embarrassment. The middle-aged man was none other than the mayor of the Luo city. He was in charge of the city's military and was an early clasping Yuan realm warrior himself. However, no matter who he would still be a level lower in front of Yi Tianhao. As one of the top 8 families, the Yi family was not something that a mayor could compare with. To put it bluntly, the Yi family was in charge of the Luo city. Whenever the mayor made an important decision, he would have to consider the Yi family's opinion. Mayor Lin looked at Yi Chen. He looked at him carefully and said confusedly, Looks like the rumors can't be trusted. This kid is obviously at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, just one step away from the condensing reality realm. Shen Yuqing, who was standing right next to Yi Tianhao, showed a proud smile. To be honest, even us parents are surprised. It seems like the training outside is working for him after all. Hee, this year's Yi family gathering will not be easy. I will wait and see. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen sensed that someone was staring at him, and there was more than one of them. One was his parents and Mayor Lin. The second was his third uncle and his son, Yi Ming, and the third was Yi Hai, who had been traveling with his master. Yi Ming's cultivation was lower than his, only at the late Mortal Realm Stage 10. Yi Hai was much more powerful, already at the early condensing reality realm. Perhaps he did not have any powerful martial skills or martial arts, but after traveling outside for so many years, he could not be underestimated. Plus, this time his master must have taught him 1 or 2 of his trump cards, which would help him win the first place. Interesting. I knew it. How could he reach Mortal Realm Stage 6 in 5 years? He has already reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Yi Hai nodded slightly, but he did not seem to care. In his eyes, only Yi Tang and Yi Xian were his opponents. All of a sudden, a powerful aura swept across the entire field, which made everyone quiet down and look towards the east. Ha 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 ha! How could I, Yi Batian, be absent from the family gathering at the end of the year? The crowd automatically parted, and a burly middle-aged man walked over with a majestic gait. He wore a purple brocade robe, and there was a fiery sun embroidered on the sleeves of his robe. There were also exquisite patterns on the edges of the robe. A pair of tiger-like eyes glared at someone, and the people in that area even stopped breathing for fear of attracting his attention. This man was Yi Chen's eldest uncle, the inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, Yi Batian. Next to him were Yi Tang and Yi Feng. The two walked with Yi Batian, looking quite proud and arrogant. Their eyes were almost looking down on the crowd. Although Yi Batian was not as powerful as Yi Tianhao in the Yi family, his status was not lower than Yi Tianhao's. Sometimes Yi Batian would even go against Yi Tianhao and embarrass him. Yi Tianhao could not do anything about it. Yi Batian was an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, one of the most influential people in the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Batian's cultivation was extremely high, reaching the late clasping Yuan realm. He could be called the most powerful warrior in the Yi family. Although the Yi family was one of the top 8 families, it was still far behind the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School. Perhaps only the Duanmu family, which was the leader of the top 8 families, could compete with the Yi family. Brother Batian, I did not expect that this year's family meeting would even disturb you. Yeah, Brother Batian, you haven't been back for years, right? This year's family meeting is over. Let's go have a few drinks to welcome you back. All the powerful people around started to flatter Yi Batian, even more so than Yi Tianhao, as if they were slaves. Yi Batian waved his hand. All right, I will give you face. After saying that, he walked to the VIP seats in big steps and signaled Shen Yuqing to leave with his eyes. His eyes were full of undeniable power and dominance. Yi Tianhao had a bad look on his face. Shen Yuqing knew that the situation was not in his favor, so he stood up and said, Brother, please sit. All right, then I will do as you say. He sat down and put his palm on the table, making a muffled sound. In the distance, Yi Chen's eyes were burning with anger. Chapter 40. Recalling the past, Yi Chen finally realized why Yi Chen in this world did not tell his parents when he was being bullied. The biggest reason was because of Yi Batian. Yi Batian was extremely protective. Even if it was his own son who was in the wrong, he would protect him till the end, which would inevitably lead to a conflict with his father, Yi Tianhao. Plus, the Yi family was not just ruled by Yi Tianhao alone. There was also the Elder Council. With Yi Beishan's status as an inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial School, there would be a lot of elders supporting him, which would not solve any problems. Plus, it was best for the younger generation to solve their own problems. If Yi Tianhao got involved, his reputation would definitely drop, which would be exactly what some people wanted. Yi Batian was extremely sensitive. He immediately noticed Yi Chen's gaze, as if he was surprised by his cultivation. He said to Yi Tianhao, who was standing next to him, I haven't been back for 3 years. Even a useless person has become a normal person. Too bad, he is still not in the top 3. Yi Tianhao said in a low voice, Please be more respectful. Mayor Lin sensed the tension between the two, so he tried to be the peacemaker. Today is the Yi family meeting. Don't let the outsiders laugh at you. Brother Batian, I'll buy you a drink in a few days. Hee. How could I say no to Mayor Lin's invitation? Yi Batian did not want to have a conflict with Yi Tianhao, so he gave him a chance to step down. When the competition was about to start, Yi Xian finally arrived. She was accompanied by 2 female disciples of the Yi family. Both of them were at least mortal realm stage 7. Mayor Lin's eyes brightened when he saw Yi Xian. This girl is very talented. She is already at the peak of early condensing reality realm at such a young age. Yi Tianhao nodded. Indeed, her cultivation speed could be said to be the fastest in the history of the Yi family. Yi Wenhao has a good daughter. Mayor Lin was a bit jealous. Yi Batian felt a bit uneasy. Although his second son Yi Tang was a genius, he had only reached the early condensing reality realm 2 months ago. Obviously, he was much weaker than Yi Xian. Fortunately, she was his 4th brother's daughter, not his second brother's. Thinking about this, Yi Batian glanced at Yi Tianhao. When the time was up, Yi Tianhao stood up and said in a loud voice, The Yi family's year-end clan meeting will officially begin. Same old rules. During the competition, you're not allowed to intentionally injure others. Those who break the rules will be severely punished. After saying that, Yi Tianhao glanced at the 3rd elder on the judge's stand and nodded at him. The 3rd elder was in charge of the Yi family's activities. He cleared his throat, stood up, and said, There are a total of 18 contestants. Everyone, go to the wooden box and draw lots. The contestant who draws lot 1 will fight against contestant number 2. The contestant who draws lot 3 will fight against contestant number 4, and so on. Everyone draw lots now. With regards to these rules, the Yi clan's disciples could not be more familiar with them. One by one, they ran to the big wooden box in the corner and stretched out their hands to take the wooden sticks. Yi Chen was the last one to go, and he drew lot 7. After everyone had drawn lots, the third elder yelled, "The competition begins now. Contestants 1 and 2, please come on the stage." Contestant number 1 was a disciple of the Yi clan who was not that famous. His name was Yi Chao, and his opponent was Yi Tang. "I give up." Yi Chao raised his hand in frustration. Hearing him, no one laughed at him. One was a Mortal Realm Stage 8 warrior, and the other was an early Condensing Reality Realm warrior. There was no need for them to compete. It would just be a waste of time. The third elder stood up again before he even sat down. Contestant number 3 versus contestant number 4. Yi clan's disciples had to admit that other than Yi Xian and the other geniuses, there were still some geniuses. Contestant number 3 and contestant number 4 were both at Mortal Realm Stage 9. Neither of them were willing to give in to the other, and they were fighting in the middle of the training ground. Sunset palm, mountain splitting fist. The two did not continue to fight. They both performed their martial arts and clashed against each other. Boom! Contestant number 4 was slightly weaker after all, and was pushed back a few steps. Contestant number 3 did not stop there, and after a few attacks he kicked his opponent away. Contestant number 3, Yi He wins. Then it was contestant number 5 and 6. The winner was contestant number 6. Contestant number 7, Yi Qin, against contestant number 8, Yi Feng. Come on. The voice that had not been heard for a long time came. Yi Qin took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the stage. Yi Feng's face was very pale. He thought that Yi Chen was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6 and would not be able to threaten him at all. Who knew that Yi Chen would be so lucky to reach the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, which was one stage higher than him? Yi Chen, don't think that you can win just because you have a higher cultivation. My mastery of martial skills is not something you can compete with. The only thing Yi Feng was confident about was his advantage in martial skills. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to beat Yi Chen. Yi Chen said lightly, "Are you done? Let's begin." Yi Feng's eyes flashed with anger. His huge body rushed out like a cheetah and arrived in front of Yi Chen within a few breaths. He threw out a palm attack. Burning sun cloud hand. Swoosh! The air suddenly boiled, and an intense heat wave swept towards Yi Chen without mercy. King Kong smash. Yi Chen did not need to use any tricks. He just threw out his King Kong fist, which went through the heat wave and clashed with Yi Feng's palm. Pooh! Yi Feng felt a huge force attack his body, and he was blown away, puking out a mouthful of blood. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao was a little surprised. He thought that the two would fight for a while, but it was only one attack, and the winner was decided. Yi Batian sneered, and his face turned green. On the contestant seats, Yi Tang sneered, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while, but don't ever meet me, or else I will make you lose all your face." Yi Xian was a little surprised. The last time she saw Yi Qin, he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. How did he improve so fast? Could it be that the incident with Sister Shuyan had stimulated him? Well, it made sense. But he did not have this kind of talent. Maybe he had used some kind of pellet to increase his power. The first round of the competition ended quickly. The contestants who made it to the next round were number 2 contestant Yi Tang, number 3 contestant Yi He, number 6 contestant Yi Jun, number 7 contestant Yi Qin, number 10 contestant Yi Hai, number 11 contestant Yi Ming, number 14 contestant Yi Xian, number 16 contestant Yi Jin, and number 17 contestant Yi Lin. Although Yi Qin had performed well, he did not attract too much attention. The most eye-catching contestants were obviously Yi Tang, Yi Hai, and Yi Xian. The opponents of these three had either forfeited or blown away by one attack. Their power was way beyond the other disciples of the Yi family. In many people's eyes, the top 3 would definitely be them. The top 3, I really don't know who will win. Mayor Lin was actually more optimistic about Yi Xian, but he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would make Yi Batian unhappy, and he would feel uncomfortable. Yi Batian finally showed a smile. Yi Xian is not bad. Yi Hai is also very experienced, and Tang had learned the blizzard sword art from the North Snow Martial Academy. I wonder how much he has mastered it. As for that Yi Ming, other than his lower cultivation, he should be able to get the 4th place. As for the 5th place, it should be the number 6 contestant, Yi Jun. After all, he is also a disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Tianhao did not care about Yi Beixian's words. What he cared about was Yi Qin. He did not know if Yi Chen would give him another surprise and kill Yi Beixian's spirit. Chapter 41. After a 15-minute break, the second round of the competition began. Just like the first round, the second round was also a battle between 2 contestants next to each other. Yi Tang against Ji He, Yi Jun against Yi Qin, Yi Hai against Yi Ming, Yi Xian against Yi Jin. As for the number 17 contestant, Yi Lin, he could choose the remaining contestant. If he won, he would take his opponent's place. If he lost, he would be eliminated. On the field, unexpectedly, he did not give up. He said to Yi Tang in white, "I will not let you in so easily." Yi Tang sneered. "That's for the best. Otherwise it would be too boring." The third elder saw that the 2 were ready. He yelled, "Begin!" Shoo! Almost at the same time as the third elder spoke, Yi had already flashed out. His crouching figure did not move in a straight line, but in a random arc like a ferocious viper hunting for its prey, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. High-rank mortal realm step art, 9 snake twisting steps. Someone recognized the martial art that Yi was using. I heard that to train the 9 snake twisting steps, one's body must be extremely flexible, and only the user knows the pain. He is not easy to deal with. Indeed, he is one of the top outer disciples in the Rudra Martial School. Even a normal peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior would not be able to win against him. Yi Tang had just reached the condensing reality realm 2 months ago, so his Zhen Qi is not stable yet. If he could win against Yi within 10 attacks, maybe even more. Contrary to everyone else's opinion, Yi Chen did not think he would win. Although the Sky Cloud Martial School did not have the 9 snake twisting steps manual, it did not stop him from commenting. Yi's 9 snake twisting steps seemed to be untraceable and fast, but every time he turned, there would be a moment of pause. This was because Yi Tang had not mastered it yet, and if Yi Tang still had good eyesight, he would not let go of this flaw. Just as expected, just as he was about to turn and attack again, Yi Tang moved. A white shadow flashed, and his palm was as straight as a blade. He chopped down 3 times. The first and second blows shook off Yi's left and right arms, respectively. The third blow landed heavily on Yi's chest, making a crisp cracking sound. In an instant, Yi's entire body was sent flying. He fell on the ground more than 10 meters away, unable to get up for a while. This Yi Tang is really ruthless. Yi Chen could clearly hear the sound of ribs breaking. He could not help but frown. On the VIP seats, Yi Batian chuckled. Warriors should have a kind of ruthlessness. Otherwise, they won't be able to achieve great things. Well done. Yi Tianhao retorted. We're all family. There's no need to be so heavy-handed. Sometimes, members of the same family are not necessarily on the same side. Besides, if he loses to his own family, he will at most be bedridden for a month or 2. If he loses to an outsider, he will never wake up. If we don't let him know the cruelty of the outside world, how can he survive better? Yi Batian didn't take Yi Tianhao's words to heart. As an inner elder of the Ziyang house, he naturally had his own theories. In the midst of the commotion, the second round of the competition began. Yi Jun was just like his name. He was quite handsome. His handsomeness was different from Yi Tang's handsomeness, and it was also different from Yi Chen's handsomeness. His handsomeness was just perfect. Just by looking at his facial features, it was hard to find any flaws. Walking slowly to Yi Chen, Yi Jun said lightly, "You're going to lose." "Really?" Yi Chen smiled. Hearing him, Yi Jun's eyebrows twitched. His opponent's casual tone made him feel a little uneasy, but he quickly got rid of that thought. He had joined the Purple Sun Martial School 1 year earlier than Yi Feng, and he was already 16 years old. He had reached the mid-mortal realm stage 10, and he had always been a low-key person, so who would know that he had already surpassed Yi Feng? Everyone thought that he was still at the mortal realm stage 9. Sister Yi Xian, who do you think will win? On the side of the female contestants, Yi Xiaomei, who looked like she was only 13, asked. Yi Xian said calmly, Yi Jun has a higher chance of winning. Yi Xiaomei did not believe her. But before, Yi Chen beat Yi Feng with only 1 punch. Yi Jun can't do that, can he? Yi Jin, who was going to fight Yi Xian in the 4th round, shook her head and said, Little girl, Yi Xian is the fastest genius to reach the condensing reality realm in the history of our Yi family. She must have a point. Yi Xiaomei made a face. Did a genius words always have to be right? Xiaomei is right. In terms of cultivation, Yi Chen is definitely stronger. But the battle is not just about cultivation. Before, Yi Chen could beat Yi Feng with only 1 punch because of his powerful qi. Next, Yi Jun will definitely not do what Yi Chen wants and fight head-on. With his experience and mastery of martial skills, he has a high chance of beating Yi Chen. Yi Xian said calmly. While the 3 of them were discussing, the 2 on the stage had already started fighting. Yi Jun let out a breath, and his eyes suddenly lit up. His tightly clenched fists started to emit hot air, like 2 pieces of burning iron. His feet moved, and Yi Jun jumped 7 to 8 meters, attacking Yi Chen crazily. Burning Fire Fist? No, it should be the Purple Sun Martial School's Burning Fire Fist. It is even more powerful than the Burning Fire Fist. Facing the incoming fist shadows, Yi Chen took them all in. He drew a half circle with both of his hands and pushed out his King Kong Infinite. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and the dust on the ground was blown up. At the same time, a human figure jumped out of the dust. It was Yi Jun. He spread his arms like a giant bird spreading its wings, and his long and powerful legs kicked out continuously. 18 kicks of ghost fire. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp power rubbed against the air, creating a faint blue color, just like the ghost fire in the graveyard at night. Yi Batian was surprised, and then he said to Yi Tianhao proudly, Second brother, your son is going to lose this time. The 18 kicks of ghost fire is a leg skill derived from the low-rank Earth Realm Martial skill, Great Sun Ghost King Kick. It is more than twice as powerful as normal top-rank Mortal Realm Martial skills. In our Purple Sun Martial School, only 1 out of 100 outer disciples could master it, and even the inner disciples would have to spend a lot of time to learn it. I can't believe that Yi Jun has mastered it. The winner has not been decided yet. No matter what you say, it is meaningless. Although Yi Tianhao said so, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Shan Yuqing, who was sitting in another VIP seat, also had a serious look on her face. She had heard about the 18 kicks of Ghost Flame a long time ago. An inner disciple from the Rudra Martial School had gotten into a fight with an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School when he was out on a mission. During the fight, the inner disciple's bones were all broken by the opponent's 18 kicks of Ghost Flame. He didn't even have the power to fight back, and since then he had been disabled. Don't force yourself, Shen Yuqing murmured. Yi Chen did not know what his parents were worried about. For him, this 18 kicks of ghost fire was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for it to hurt him. He just did not want to reveal all of his power yet, and he even wanted to save half of his power. After all, this was his ace card, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Let's try to break it up first. Yi Chen stepped back in a regular pattern and used both of his fists to block, or to meet the incoming attacks with brute force, or to counterattack with brute force. Chapter 42. The King Kong fist seemed to come alive in Yi Chen's hands, It was able to block all of Yi Jun's kicks. Hard and soft as one, yin and yang. This is the highest level of hard and fierce fist arts. Mayor Lin gasped. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless geniuses, but very few of them could reach Yi Chen's level in terms of martial arts. Yi Jun's face darkened. He had already thrown out 11 kicks, but still could not hurt Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his expectation. 4 swirling ghost fire. 3 kills. The next 7 kicks could be combined into 2 special attacks. Yi Jun used all of his chi and threw out a deadly attack towards Yi Chen. Right then, Yi Chen felt that he did not have enough martial skills. Excluding his sword arts, he only had one high-rank mortal realm skill, the King Kong Fist and the Tyrant Fist, which was way too powerful. With his current level, it would be extremely hard for him to train it, and it might even hurt him. Before I go back, I have to reach the condensing reality realm. Once I become an inner disciple, I will be able to get as many top-rank mortal realm skills as I want. At least I won't be in such an awkward situation like now. Facing the dangerous situation, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He increased his power to 30% of his peak and threw out 7 punches. Boom, 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 boom. Clouds of chi exploded in the field, blowing Yi Chen back a couple of steps. He felt like he was floating on the ground. Looking up, he saw Yi Jun in purple robes like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before landing at the edge of the crowd. Good, did I win beautifully? Only now did Yi Tianhao let out a breath of relief. He exchanged a look with Shen Yuqing and smiled. Yi Batian, who was standing on the side, laughed dryly. He looked at Yi Tang, hoping that his favorite son could help him. On the other side, Yi Xiaomei laughed heartlessly. I knew it. Yi Chen will win. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. In that instant, she clearly felt that Yi Chen's strength had doubled, or else he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Jun so easily. Yi Chen wins. The third match, Yi Hai versus Yi Ming. Although the third elder was a little surprised, he didn't think much of it. After all, Yi Chen's cultivation was higher than Yi Jun's, so it was only natural that he would win. The battle between Yi Hai and Yi Ming was very intense. Moreover, both of them had the same style. Every move and every technique was ruthless and decisive. They were not sloppy at all. Most of the time, it made people think that they had a grudge against each other and wanted to kill each other even if they had to risk their lives. Yi Ming, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your low cultivation base. Finally, Yi Hai unleashed the strength that he should have. He sent Yi Ming, who was fighting like a cornered beast, flying with 2 consecutive palm strikes. Yi Hai wins. The fourth battle, Yi Xian versus Yi Jin. In the crowd, Yi Jin thought about it and raised his hand. I give up. The third elder nodded and said to the last contestant, Yi Lin, now you can choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace him. If you lose, you will be eliminated. Yi Lin looked at Yi Xian, Yi Tang, and Yi Hai and shook his head. He then looked at Yi Chen and shook his head again. Third elder, I give up. He knew that he would not be able to win against the first 3. As for Yi Chen, although he was not a condensing reality realm warrior, but judging from his previous 2 battles, he knew that he would not be able to win against anyone who was below the condensing reality realm. So, why bother humiliating himself? He might as well just give up. At this point, he no longer cared about the top 3. All right, now there are 4 people left. They are Yi Tang, Yi Chen, Yi Hai, and Yi Xian. The first battle will be Yi Tang versus Yi Chen, and the second battle will be Yi Hai versus Yi Xian. The winner will enter the finals and fight against the other winner for the first place of the Yi family gathering. After that, there will be battles for the second and third place. Do you have any objections? The third elder glanced at the 4 people. Including Yi Chen, the 4 people shook their heads. The third elder then said, if that is the case, why don't you all rest for 15 minutes and try to recover your lost Jin Qi? just in case you run out of Jin Qi. After he finished talking, he sat down and started to drink from his teacup. In the field, only 4 people looked at each other. More accurately, it was Yi Tang, Yi Hai, and Yi Xian who looked at each other. Only Yi Tang glanced at Yi Chun for some reason, as if he was telling him that he was going to get it later. The other 2 almost ignored Yi Chen. After all, they were fighting for the first place. And with Yi Chen's peak of mortal realm stage 10 cultivation, he would not be able to interfere. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and went back to his seat to rest. Yi Xian, until now, you have only used 30% of your power. Am I right? Yi Hai had already considered Yi Xian as his biggest opponent, so he tried to test her. Yi Xian flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said lightly, "Besides you 2, no one else has the right to make me use more than 60% of my power." More than 60%? Don't flatter yourself. After I defeat Yi Chen, I will show you the Northern Snow Martial Academy's Blizzard Sword Art. Yi Tang sneered. Yi Xian turned around and walked back to her seat, leaving behind a sentence. I have seen a lot of geniuses in the Emerald Martial Palace, such as the head disciple Young Master Emerald, the second disciple Absolute Palm, Lu Wuxiang, and the third disciple Sherpatian. Compared to them, you are just a mid-level genius. You do not have the power to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. So, against me, you will definitely lose. The finals had not started yet, but Yi Hai could already feel the tension in the air. He was breathing heavily. Up until now, he was not only fighting for the first place, he was also fighting for the sake of fighting. After all, they were all geniuses, but a winner had to be decided. 15 minutes passed quickly. Without the third elder's notice, Yi Chan and Yi Tang had already come to the center of the field and stood 10 meters away from each other. Stop the useless struggle. You are definitely not my opponent. After I beat you, I will still have to beat Yi Xian and Yi Hai. Yi Tang could not wait to fight against Yi Xian. He was not interested in Yi Chen anymore. He just wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible. Yi Chen said, "Being impatient is the biggest taboo for a warrior. You have already lost. Cut the bullshit and lose." Yi Tang activated his Zhen Qi. His white robe fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. A white cold air appeared around his body, causing the temperature to drop drastically. He stomped on the ground and jumped out like a bird. Countless hand blades were thrown towards Yi Chen. 1,000 mountains full of snow. This was a blade attack, but Yi Tang had turned it into a hand blade attack. Although it was not as powerful as before, it was more than enough to deal with warriors below the condensing reality realm. Shoo! Shoo! The air was sliced open instantly. Layers of white hand blades appeared, covering the entire field. Break! His power had been increased to more than 60%. Yi Chen did not back off. He threw out both of his fists continuously. It was like hundreds of arrows shooting out at the same time, like a raging river. It clashed violently against the countless hand blades. All of a sudden, the sound of air exploding could be heard everywhere. The explosions created a strong wind current in the middle of the field, which could easily blow away a fierce tiger. Chapter 43. Yi Tang's expression changed. How is this possible? Although my hand blade's power is not even half of my blade's power, it is still not something a mortal realm warrior can handle. What he did not know was that Yi Chen's physical strength had already exceeded 12,000 pounds. 60% would be more than 7,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the power of 2 or 3 buffaloes running at full speed. Controlling crane, capturing hand. Yi Tang's attack changed. His clothes fluttered in the wind. While he was flying, his right hand's 5 fingers were like iron hooks, aiming at Yi Chen's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. He knew that he could not let his opponent lock him down. Otherwise, even if he did not get hurt, he would lose control. Shoo! Activating the Golden Swallow art, Yi Chen's body floated into the air. leaving only a faint shadow where he was standing. Yi Tang tore apart the shadow to vent his anger. He looked up, and suddenly it had appeared in front of him. It was the sword light, the sharp sword light. It was almost in front of Yi Tang as soon as it appeared. Ah! Yi Tang did not expect his opponent to still have enough energy to fight back, and the first attack was so fast that he could not dodge it. Break it! Yi Tang yelled. His right hand was as white as jade, his 2 fingers clamped together, trying to stop Yi Chen's attack and break the great steel sword. Yi Chen sneered, "In your dreams!" The great steel sword's momentum was unstable, like the moon in the water. The sword light spread out and pointed at Yi Chen a few times. Shoo! A bloody hole appeared on Yi Tang's finger, which was filled with Jin Qi. Thin blood sputtered out, but it was completely shattered by the sword light, turning into nothingness. Tang! I's freezing ice finger was broken. Yi Beishan's face suddenly changed. He could not believe his eyes. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were also shocked, although they knew that Yi Chen was very powerful. But how could he be this powerful? Was he really going to beat Yi Tang? Not good. Yi Tang took a few steps back and pulled out a treasured saber from his back. The saber was 4 feet and 1 inch long and 2 inches and 6 feet wide. Its blade was smooth and shiny, and its whole body was suffused with a chilling yin qi, which proved that this was not an ordinary saber used by ordinary people, but a rare saber, a saber for killing. In fact, this blade was called the Vibrant Snow Blade in the North Snow Martial Academy, and only the inner disciples were allowed to use it. Great snowfall! As soon as the colorful snow saber appeared in his hand, Yi Tang's aura surged. With a wave of his hand, the saber lights that filled the sky rushed towards Yi Chen's position, as if the winter snow had arrived early. Yi Chen gripped his sword with both hands and swung it vigorously. All of the saber lights that were spreading over were shattered and could not advance an inch. This showed how fast and precise Yi Chen's sword swings were, adding insult to injury. Yi Tang was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. His saber light contained a threatening frost qi that easily froze the moisture in the air. It was as if he wanted to freeze the entire place. Crack, 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 crack. Just as Yi Chen was about to make a move, cold air suddenly rose from the ground. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, with Yi Tang as the center, forming a semicircle of snow. Retreat! Yi Chen took back his sword aura, tapped his feet on the ground, and his body flew backwards. Yi Chen, it is not bad for you to exchange so many attacks with me. Unfortunately, you are still going to lose. Proud Snow Frost. Yi Tang gripped his saber with both hands and swung it downwards. Chin. The colorful snow blade released a 5-meter-long saber light that sliced through the air, bringing with it an unstoppable aura. It seemed like it was going to cut Yi Chen in half in the next second. Chin, or watch out! Shen Yuqing was worried about his son, so he stood up and prepared to help. Yi Batian sneered and pressed his right hand in the air, blocking Shen Yuqing's movement, making it impossible for him to move. Sister, we are in the middle of the competition. Don't be presumptuous. Yi Tianhao couldn't take it anymore. Waves of qi exploded from his body, and he stepped forward with his right foot. The entire VIP stand was blown away and shattered into pieces. The battle was about to start. Guys, wait, the situation has changed. City Lord Lin hurriedly used his qi to protect himself and said to Yi Batian and the other 2. Hearing this, the 3's attention returned to the battlefield. Yi Tang's saber light cut the air into pieces, and the shockwave left a 3-inch deep mark on the ground. This time Yi Chen is going to lose, and he might even die. Almost everyone was thinking the same thing. Facing this horrifying saber light, Yi Chen's body shook, and the blood in his body made a rumbling sound. His aura suddenly increased like an ancient god. Destroy! Shouting, Yi Chen's body didn't move, but his left hand formed a fist and punched out. Crack, 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 crack. The saber light exploded into pieces in the air, and it didn't do anything. What is going on? How can he be so powerful? Yi Xian suddenly stood up and said in disbelief. Yi Hai's face was also very serious as he stared at Yi Qin. Yi Tang's eyes popped out and his movements froze. Mountain collapse. Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as swords. He leapt forward and arrived 3 steps away from Yi Tang. His great steel sword was placed on Yi Tang's neck. You lost, Yi Chen said lightly. Yi Tang came back to his senses, and he couldn't accept the reality in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot. Impossible, I didn't lose. Die. The colorful snow blade in his hand turned, and he was about to attack. Yi Qin was a little angry. He swung his left hand and slapped away the colorful snow blade in Yi Tang's hand. Then he stepped forward and knocked away Yi Tang's body. Wretch! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Tang fell 10 steps away. Yi Qin won. He actually won. I can't believe that even Yi Tang, who had reached the condensing reality realm, couldn't compete with Yi Qin. How powerful is he? It seems like the first place is going to be very difficult. Indeed, Yi Tang is one of the top 2 geniuses of the Yi family, and he is also a disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. His power is even more powerful than the older generation of early condensing reality realm warriors. But he still lost to Yi Qin. This is really unexpected. If Yi Qin also reached the condensing reality realm, how powerful would he be? He would definitely be able to defeat all the early condensing reality realm warriors. Even mid-condensing reality realm warriors might not be able to win against him. A cross-realm battle. This is the legendary cross-realm battle. So it is true. The whole place started to boil like boiling water. Seeing Yi Chen beat Yi Tang, no one would think that he did not have the right to be the champion of the family meeting. If there was, then that person must be crazy or blind and could not see the truth. Yi Xian still could not sit down. She remembered that a few months ago, Yi Chen was only a mortal realm stage 6 warrior. But now he had the power to challenge her. It made her feel a little uncomfortable and depressed. She could not explain it with words. If she had to explain it, then it would be that the difference was too big. Bastard! All of you shut up. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Yi Batian let out a roar from the messy VIP seating. His violent qi spread out like a raging river. All of a sudden, the crowd was thrown into chaos. Yi Tianhao saw this and shouted angrily, Yi Batian, what are you doing? Chapter 44. Trying hard to suppress his anger, Yi Batian glared at Yi Chen and yelled at everyone on the field. It's a competition. Why are you making so much noise? Quiet down. Hearing him, the whole field went silent. No one dared to provoke Yi Batian, who was in a rage. Not to mention the fact that he was an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School. He was also a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He was one of the most powerful people in the Yi family, and even in the Luo city. In other words, Yi Batian could shake the entire Luo city with a single stomp. Yi Tianhao let out a sigh of relief and said to the servant next to him, Bring another VIP seat here. Yes. The few servants left with their heads lowered. Mayor Lin saw the situation was a bit awkward. He smiled bitterly to Yi Tianhao and said, Leader Yi, I didn't expect your son to have hidden so much. It really surprised me. Chen just came back a couple of days ago. I don't know much about his power. Yi Tianhao was full of pride, as if he had just eaten honey. On this true spirit continent, besides personal power, having a good younger generation was something that everyone dreamed of, especially for the big families or martial institutions, since the younger generation disciples were not talented enough. If the younger generation did not have enough talent, then the family would fall sooner or later. But if there were more geniuses in the younger generation, the whole family would continue to prosper forever, and could even lead the family to the next level. Before, Yi Tianhao had already given up on this idea, but now it was rekindled and it was getting more and more intense, making him more energetic. Yi Batian said in a gloomy tone, At such a young age, he is already so cunning. What will happen when he grows up? Yi Tianhao, you have taught your son well. Yi Tianhao sneered. Winning and losing are normal for warriors. You can't just let your son win and my son lose, can you? To do such a dirty thing just to win. Forgive me for being honest. He will never be able to achieve anything in the future. Let's wait and see. The two had been fighting against each other for a long time. Ever since they were young, they had never liked each other and would often fight to the death. Later, when Yi Tianhao became the leader of the Yi family, and Yi Batian was promoted in the Purple Sun Martial School, the fight had finally calmed down a bit and was no longer as intense as before. On the judge's seat, the third elder was still in a daze for a long time. It wasn't until the elder next to him patted him that he came back to his senses and announced loudly, Yi Qin wins. The next battle, Yi Hai versus Yi Xian. Sitting down, the third elder sighed. What an amazing junior. Yi Tianhao has given birth to a good son. Isn't that right? Beating Yi Tang, who is at the early condensing reality realm, with only the peak of mortal realm stage 10, is even more difficult than a normal cross-realm battle. I really don't know how he did it. The second elder stared at Yi Chen, as if he was trying to see through him. The great elder, who was sitting in the middle, reminded the two of them, It's fine to talk about it in front of me, but don't ever mention it to Yi Batian. Of course we know that. The battle has started. I wonder if there will be any surprises after this. In the middle of the field, Yi Hai and Yi Xian tried their best to calm down. After a while, they both raised their heads and stared at each other. Within 100 attacks, you will lose, Yi Xian said lightly with her hand on the hilt of her sword. Yi Hai laughed. I didn't expect that I would be able to last more than 100 attacks from you. Not bad, but I want to last more than 300 attacks. What do you think? Try me then. Chin. Taking out her sword, Yi Xian's feet touched the ground. While she was flying, the long sword in her hand shone with starlight, covering all of Yi Hai's major meridians. Good sword art, but it is not enough, Yi Hai said proudly. The blade on his back automatically came out of its scabbard and landed in his hand. If you looked closely, you would see that the blade was covered in blood, as if it had been soaked in human blood when it was made. Blood Blade 8. The blood-red blade light danced in the air, surrounding Yi Hai. From time to time, 1 or 2 blade lights would fly out and attack Yi Xian. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Xian was not Yi Tang. She had already stabilized her Zhen Qi and made a huge step forward, reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Her Zhen Qi was rich and powerful. No matter how tight Yi Hai's defense was, no matter how strong his attacks were, he could not stop her from moving forward. The sword light penetrated into the blade light, and the clothes on Yi Hai's shoulder suddenly split open. Damn! Yi Hai frowned. The moment he jumped back, he threw out a sword attack. Shoo! A blade light sliced through the air, flying towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian sneered. Her left hand was covered in a layer of colored glaze, and she shattered the blade light with one palm attack. At the same time, her right hand shook the long sword, and the sky was filled with starlight, dazzling Yi Hai's eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. Yi Hai backed out for a whole 10 steps before he could get rid of the power. He was a bit shocked. Yi Xian's power was even higher than he had expected. If it were not for the ace attacks that his master had taught him, he would not be able to compete with her. Even so, his chance of winning was less than 60%. There was no other way. Yi Hai took a deep breath and his robe expanded. Broken Mountain River. He threw out a blade attack, and the air rippled like water. The heavy qi was like a mountain, pressing down on Yi Xian. The VIP seats had been changed, and Yi Tianhao's eyes brightened. That is the Broken Mountain Blade art, the famous skill of the Broken Mountain Blade art. No, it should be the simplified version of the Broken Mountain Blade art. I wonder what Yi Xian can do. City, Lord Lin nodded. The broken mountain guest's broken mountain blade technique is rare even in large sections. With one blade, he can even split a small mountain in half. Facing Yi Hai's sudden attack, Yi Xian's expression did not change. She switched the long sword to her left hand, and her right hand's index and middle fingers touched the blade. To be able to force me to use this skill, you are already very impressive. Shoo! As Yi Xian's fingers slid along the blade, a sharp starlight suddenly shot out and smashed onto Yi Hai's blade light. Then the second, the third, boom, 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 like fireworks. Yi Hai's body had completely disappeared, and no one knew what had happened. The next second, the fireworks were blown away, and Yi Hai jumped out, laughing. That's the 108th attack already. Yi Xian said coldly, no matter what the broken mountain blade taught you, you are no match for me. What she had just performed was a low, rank earth realm sword art, the star sword spell. Of course, it was only the first half. The second half could only be trained by the core disciples. The reason why she was chosen was because she was talented enough, and she was considered one of the top geniuses in the Emerald Martial Palace. Otherwise, even an inner disciple would not be able to learn it. Words are no proof. Take my broken sun and moon. Yi Hai shouted, and his blood-red long blade was thrown out with an aura that could cover the sun. Yi Xian frowned, and the speed of her fingers slid twice as fast. Countless starlight turned into sharp blades and shot out like lightning. Yi Hai's cultivation was lower than Yi Xian's after all, and his blade art was not as good as Yi Xian's as well. After a while, his blade stopped moving, and his Zhen Qi was a little messed up. He was hit in the chest by a starlight, and he puked out a mouthful of blood. Outside of the stage, Yi Chen was a little surprised. Yi Xian's power was indeed immeasurable, and she still had some power left. No wonder she looked so arrogant. After all, she had a trump card. Chapter 45. Yi Hai lost. It seems like only that Yi Chen can compete with Yi Xian among the younger generation. To be honest, I don't think Yi Chen will win. It is not because he is not as powerful as Yi Xian, but because he cannot attack from afar. You saw Yi Xian's sword art just now. It was endless. He could not even get close to her. You are right, but Yi Chen might still have some hidden cards. Let's just keep watching. Yeah, it is still too early to tell. All of the important people from the Luo city who came to watch the battle started to discuss among themselves. On the judge's seat, the third master nodded with approval. With this girl in the Yi family, even if they could not make it to the next level, they would not fall. Yi Xian won. The last battle will be the finals. The winner will get a low-rank storage ring, 100 low-rank soul stones, and 10,000 gold. Yi Xian, Yi Chen, I hope you too will try your best in the upcoming battles. Of course, the second and third place will not get a low-rank storage ring, but the soul stones and gold will be the same. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. 100 low-rank soul stones. How could it be so little? Yi Chen was a bit confused. In fact, Yi Chen thought that since the deceased senior had left behind more than 10,000 low-rank soul stones, as one of the top 8 families, the Yi family must have even more. Indeed, the Yi family's low-rank soul stones were counted in the tens of thousands. But there were more than 600 warriors in the Yi family and more than 300 condensing reality realm warriors. Even if each of them only used 100 low-rank soul stones per year, it would still cost them 30,000 soul stones, which was a huge amount, enough to make a normal family go bankrupt in a few years. Moreover, an early condensing reality realm warrior's consumption rate was 1 soul stone every 5 days, which meant that they would only need 70 soul stones a year. Even if they had more, they would only be used for other purposes and would no longer be useful for their own cultivation. Therefore, the reward of 100 low-rank soul stones was made after careful consideration. As for the 10,000 taels of gold, it wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. In Yi Chen's memory, his father, Yi Tianhao, had no more than 100,000 taels of gold. Of course, As the head of the Yi family, he didn't need to spend his own money. Everything was covered by the Yi family, such as buying medicinal pellets, weapons, or secret manuals. However, if there were other private matters, he would have to pay for them himself. Off the field, Yi Xian took out a low, rank soul stone and tried to recover her lost Jin Qi. As her Zhen Qi was getting stronger and stronger, Yi Xian looked at Yi Qin and thought to herself, "No matter how powerful you have become, I will still defeat you." The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are not allowed to lose, in the past, present, or future. Dang! The bronze bell for the finals was rung. The third elder let out a long breath and shouted, "Time's up. Let the competition begin." Yi Xian put away the soul stones and walked to the center of the field step by step. She stood 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Yi Xian and said, "I haven't seen you for a few months. I didn't expect you to have improved so much. You have reached the peak of the early condensing reality realm." The last time they met, Yi Xian was at the same level as Yi Tang. Her Zhen Qi had not stabilized yet, but after a few months, everything had changed. My training speed should be one of the best in the Sky Cloud Martial School, but in the Emerald Martial Palace it is nothing. There are a lot of people who have improved faster than me. Yi Xian used her words to attack Yi Chen's confidence. Yi Chen smiled carelessly and said, "Let's begin." "Your sword art is not bad. I wonder how it would compare to mine." Just as she finished talking, Yi Xian's body flashed and appeared 5 steps away from Yi Chen like a wisp of smoke. The long sword in her hand casually shook and started to vibrate violently. The tip of the sword exploded with bright sword light that looked like fireworks, which covered the area in front of Yi Chen. Great! Yi Xian's sword art was very good, but it had ignited Yi Chen's fighting spirit. He took out his great steel sword and attacked back at an even faster speed. Within a second, he had stabbed out 36 times. Puff, 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 puff. The tips of the 2 swords clashed together, creating bright sparks that covered both of their bodies. Only sparks could be seen flying everywhere. Yi Xian had been famous for her sword art since 3 years ago. In the 3 years since she joined the Emerald Martial Palace, her sword art had improved by leaps and bounds. Right now, when she used all of her power, it was impossible for the naked eye to see the sword's trajectory. It was like lightning in the sky or stars in the night sky, flashing and dancing. But Yi Chen did not have such great talent before and was called trash by others. Ever since he had merged with the other Yi Chen's soul, his comprehension ability had increased tremendously. No matter what kind of martial art he learned, he would be able to reach the highest level in a short period of time. He was like a monster. With a sword in his hand, Yi Chen performed all of the lone peak of 13 swords. His sword art was unconstrained and unconstrained without any trace. It was also like an antelope's horn. With one stroke of his sword, he was able to block out 3 of his opponent's sword attacks. The 2 fought from the center of the arena to the outside of the arena, and from the outside of the arena to the podium. The intense sword art shocked the younger generation of the Yi family. They all stared at the fight without blinking their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most exciting scene. On the VIP seats, all of the important people gasped. "This is unbelievable. Are they still 14 or 15 years old? They are even better than some of the older generation who have been practicing sword arts for a long time. The student has surpassed the master. The future is indeed the world of the young." To be able to watch this battle, this trip was not in vain. The discussions of the crowd did not affect the 2. Instead, the battle was getting more and more intense. The peak of perfection. With his powerful strength, Yi Chen was not afraid of his opponent's Zhen Qi attack at all. He stabbed out with his sword, as if he was standing on top of a mountain. Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. The long sword in her hand turned into a glazed color. She threw out a sword attack and yelled in a low voice, "Break!" Crack! The great steel sword in Yi Chen's hand made a noise. It was a sign that it was about to break. But it was no wonder. Yi Qian's sword was the famous glazed sword in the Emerald Martial Palace, while Yi Chen's was just a normal great steel sword. The two were not even on the same level. Naturally, it would not last for long. Pushing his qi to its limit, Yi Chen suddenly let go of the great steel sword in his right hand. He drew a circle in the air and fiercely slammed out. Shoo, 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 shoo! The great steel sword turned into thousands of pieces, flying towards Yi Qian like a swarm of locusts. So cunning, but it doesn't work on me. Being shocked by Yi Chen's strange attack, Yi Qian was enraged. She also drew a circle in front of her with her left hand and spread out a layer of glazed qi shield, blocking out all of the incoming fragments. Ha ha ha! Take my punch! After losing his long sword, Yi Chen's aura did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The qi and blood in his body started to flow. The second he rushed out, he threw out a punch. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The qi shield was broken. Yi Qian used the short time to fly backwards. She switched the sword to her left hand and raised her right hand's index and middle fingers. She then quickly touched the sword. It is the Star Sword spell. This time, Yi Chen is in trouble. But it seems like Yi Qian has indirectly proved that her sword art is not as good as Yi Chen's. So what? Battles between warriors only care about the result, not the process. You are right. While the crowd was shouting, beams of sharp starlight shot out one after another, blocking all of Yi Chen's escape routes. Other than taking it head-on, there was no other way for him to escape. Yi Chen did not panic. His body started to shine with a jade-like light. He yelled, "Let's see if your spear or my shield is stronger." Chapter 46. Boom! The first ray of starlight was blown away by Yi Chen's punch, then the second, the third. In the end, Yi Chen's punching speed could no longer keep up with the number of starlights. His upper body was hit a few times, making a loud noise like metal hitting metal. When they looked again, Yi Chen's body was unharmed except for a few holes in his clothes. His tough skin was covered with a layer of jade light, which was the sign of the completion of the third spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell. He was only one step away from the fourth spell, Broken Jade Rebirth. What kind of defensive martial art is that? It can block the attacks of the Point Star Sword spell. This is too shocking. What other tricks does this guy have up his sleeves? Every time he is in a critical moment, he can always turn the tables. I think Yi Qian is in danger as well. This guy is too scary. He keeps on playing all kinds of tricks. No one knows what he is doing. Hearing the discussions of the big shots around him, Yi Tianhao had the same feeling. Thinking back, Yi Chen first beat Yi Feng with one punch, then beat Yi Jun with ease, then beat Yi Tang with an unexpected win, and now he was fighting with Yi Qian. It was so surprising that he was a bit numb to it. He looked at Shan Yuqing, and the two of them looked at each other. Yi Batian was also numb. He wanted to see the scene of Yi Chen's defeat, but who would have thought that even Yi Qian could not beat him? Didn't that mean that Tang was no match for Yi Chen? This is ridiculous. How did this brat get so powerful? After a few heavy breaths, Yi Batian stared down at the stage. On the stage, Yi Qian bit her lips and cursed, "Let's see how many attacks you can block." Gathering all of her Zhen Qi on her finger, Yi Qian rubbed her finger on the crystal sword. When the Zhen Qi and the crystal sword rubbed against each other, a miraculous change occurred. It was as if the Zhen Qi and the crystal sword had merged together, forming the unbreakable starlight blades. Shoo! 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 Some of the starlight blades lost their aim and left thousands of holes in the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Some of the spectators even had their weapons cut in half, and they jumped away in horror. What a terrifying force! How did that Yi Chen block it? Only now did everyone deeply understand the power of the Point Star Sword art. It was absolutely not something an ordinary person could block. The clothes on Yi Chen's upper body burst open, revealing his slightly tender but abnormally strong muscles. Several starlight blades shot over, and the moment they were just a hair's breadth away from his skin. The jade-like light on the surface of his skin immediately erupted with an astonishing power, easily shattering the external attacks. Roar! Yi Chen's long hair danced in the wind as he dashed towards Yi Xian with a mountain-like pressure and threw out a punch. Yi Xian was a little annoyed. Yi Chen's power was slowly shattering her confidence. She doubted if she could take that punch, or else she wouldn't be thinking about it. I want to see if your fist is harder or if my glazed sword is sharper. Regaining her confidence, Yi Xian yelled and switched the long sword back to her right hand. With her usual arrogance, she thrust the sword straight towards Yi Chen's fist. Shoo! The tip of the sword and the fist made contact. Sparks were ignited. It was as if the fist was not made of flesh and blood, but made of the hardest metal. The glazed sword was bent by the powerful force, but it soon straightened back into a straight line without any signs of breaking. However, the rebound force from the sword had also blown Yi Xian back, and blood dripped out from the corner of her mouth. Yi Chen's aura was even more intense. He chased after her and threw out another punch. Pooh! This time, Yi Xian finally could not handle the rebound force of her Jinqi. The long sword in her hand flew out of her hand, and her face was pale white. Her eyes lost their luster. The training ground was quiet for a second, and then a huge uproar broke out. So many twists and turns. I cannot believe that Yi Chen would be the champion. Who would have thought this would happen? If I knew this would happen, I would have bet on Yi Chen to win. 5 silvers would have been 10 times better. Damn, I bet 10 silvers on Yi Tang? That's a month's worth of my salary. After the competition, the ones who were the most worried were not the others, but the servants of the Yi family. They had secretly set up a gambling house, preparing to make a fortune from it. However, once the result was out, most of the people were shocked and regretful. Only the people behind the gambling house were ecstatic. This time they had made 5 times or even 10 times more than usual. It would be enough for them to live a happy life for a long time. The third elder was the first to come back to his senses. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "The champion is Yi Chen. Now we will compete for the second and the third place." Hearing this, the servants who had lost all their money just remembered that they had also bet on the second and third place. They might be able to get back some of their money. As for making money, there was no need to think about it. It was all their fault for having such bad taste. Yi Hai easily beat Yi Tang, who had lost his confidence and became the third place, while Yi Xian naturally became the second place. The champion was, of course, Yi Chen, who had made it through all the obstacles in his way. At the same time, he was also the most famous person in the Yi family. When it was time to give out the rewards, the third elder smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Keep up the good work. Don't get too full of yourself." Yi Chen said, "I will, third elder. Good, with you geniuses in the Yi family, we, the older generation, can finally relax." With the low-rank storage ring in his hand, Yi Chen immediately put it on his finger and threw in 100 low-rank soul stones and 10,000 gold notes. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen turned his head and realized that Yi Xian was looking at him. "Next time we meet, I will beat you." Yi Xian had already gotten over the shock of losing. What she could not accept was that she had lost her confidence at such a critical moment. It was something she could not accept. Yi Chen did not mind. He said, "Then you need to pick up your pace. I have already started." "Huh." Yi Xian sneered and did not say anything else. "Haha, Yi Chen, you are also my goal. Don't be too weak." Among the contestants, Yi Hai was just like his name. He had a heart as big as the ocean. He was also more accepting of losing than the others. So he started to greet Yi Chen. Yi Chen quite liked Yi Hai. "After this family gathering, are you still going to travel the world with your teacher?" Yi Hai nodded heavily. "Of course, traveling the world is my dream, and I will never give up. This time my teacher said that he will take me to the most dangerous place in the Black Dragon Empire, so that I can gain some experience." However, after today, I think we will only see each other again at the end of next year. I am looking forward to it. Me too. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your kind words. Let's go out for a drink later. I guess you haven't had a drink yet. I have had a little. I believe I can handle it. After the award ceremony, Yi Tianhao stood up in high spirits. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you all for coming to the annual family gathering of the Yi family. Next is the banquet. I hope everyone can come. All right, it would be a waste if we don't eat. I am just afraid that the leader of the Yi family would feel bad." Someone joked. Yi Tianhao laughed. "Of course not, everyone. Eat as much as you want. I am very happy today." When everyone was walking towards the banquet hall, two people in the corner of the field were especially eye-catching. "Elder Hai, how is this guy?" "Very powerful, but still not as powerful as the geniuses of our Hai family, unless he can reach the condensing reality realm." Hearing him, that person sighed. "These years, there are so many geniuses in the Windy Nation. I wonder what kind of sparks they will create in the future. Maybe they can leave the Windy Nation and make a name for themselves in the whole South Ruder region. It will be difficult. Our Windy Nation is the weakest in the whole South Ruder region, and our geniuses are not as powerful as the other countries. If we can have a leader, then we might have some hope." Chapter 47. The banquet only ended in the evening. Most of the guests were drunk to the point that their faces were red and their eyes were hazy. On the other hand, Yi Chen, Yi Hai, and a few other disciples of the Yi family were sitting at the same table, chatting while eating, drinking, and forming a preliminary friendship. At this time, Yi Tianhao suddenly called Yi Chen over. "Chen, this is the chief escort of the Riding Wind Escort Agency, Uncle Su Tai, and this is his second daughter, Su Mei." Yi Tianhao pulled Yi Chen aside and introduced them with a smile on his face. "Hello, Uncle Su." Yi Chen sized up the two. Su Tai was a burly man in his 40s, wearing the chief escort's uniform, looking majestic. His second daughter, Su Mei, was no more than 16 years old, wearing a red outfit. Her figure was graceful, her face was delicate, and there was a sense of heroism in her charm. At this time, when she saw Yi Chen looking at her, a trace of shyness could be seen on her face. Su Tai was also sizing up Yi Chen. After a while, he laughed and said, "As expected, heroes come from the youth. At such a young age, you already have a decisive and murderous aura. You are not a fish in a pond." These words were not nonsense. Su Tai had roamed the pugilistic world for so many years. He had seen all kinds of people. He could see the difference of some peerless characters when they were young. Although Yi Chen looked delicate and handsome, like a scholar, there was a faint cold aura between his brows that could not be underestimated. Yi Chen said modestly, "Uncle Su, you flatter me." Su Tai shook his head. "Your Uncle Su is a boorish man. I don't know what modesty is. To me, modesty is hypocrisy. No, I like you, and my daughter also likes you. Why don't we find some time to get to know each other?" Although Yi Tianhao knew that Su Tai's personality was like this, he was still speechless. However, he wanted to see how Yi Chen would answer. "Uncle Su, since you're so straightforward, then I'll also say it clearly. Before I reach my father's strength, Yi Chen will not consider love affairs," Yi Chen said seriously. After being stunned for a moment, Su Tai helplessly said, "It seems like my daughter is unlucky. Fine, you will definitely become a true dragon in the future. May or will not be able to protect you." Yi Tianhao was very satisfied with Yi Chen's ambition, but he scolded. "Nonsense, a real man is never afraid of love." He then turned to Su Tai and said, "Brother Su, let them settle their own matters. We can't interfere even if we want to. Don't you agree?" Su Tai nodded. "That's true. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. We'll meet again in the future. Mayor, let's go." Yi Tianhao urged him to stay. "Brother Su, you're leaving so soon. It's still early. I won't stay. My wife made me some soup at home." Su Tai waved his hand and started to leave. Su Mei followed, closely behind him. Waiting until the two were far away, Yi Tianhao turned around and stared at Yi Chen, which made the latter's hair stand on end. After a while, Yi Tianhao said, "You're quite tired from today's competition. Go back and rest." "Yeah, I'll say goodbye to Yi Hai and the others." Looking at Yi Chen's back, a smile appeared on Yi Tianhao's face. God had indeed given him a surprise, and it was in a situation where he did not have much hope. Shen Yuqing walked over and said, "Tianhao, what's wrong?" Yi Tianhao laughed. "What do you think Chen will be able to reach in the future? Our Luo city has not had an astral reaching realm warrior for more than 100 years. You are quite daring, but our Chen is indeed different from before. Have you noticed? It seems like I have noticed something, but it seems like I haven't seen anything. Who cares? As long as he is our Chen, it will be fine." In the dead of the night, a crescent moon hung above the trees. The light in Yi Chen's room was still on, illuminating the screen window. On the clean and spacious bed, Yi Chen sat in the middle of the room with his legs crossed, mist rising from the top of his head. According to Yi Chen's estimation, he would only be able to step into the condensing reality realm after 7 days. But after the few battles today, his qi had become even more condensed, showing signs of liquefaction. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and Yi Chen did not want to miss it. Therefore, once he got back to his room, he immediately cleared away all distracting thoughts and focused on breaking through. As his qi continued to circulate and compress, the liquefied qi in Yi Chen's dantian gradually increased. Before it was just a strand, but now it was like a ribbon, clearly separated from his qi. 2 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours. The sky gradually brightened. The servants of the Yi family all woke up and started their daily work. No one knew how much time had passed. The screen window in Yi Chen's room was shaking, making a cracking sound, as if it was being blown by a strong wind. Inside the room, with Yi Chen as the center, the invisible airflow formed a funnel shape, and all the lighter objects rose up and floated in the air. Whoosh! A strange vibration spread out from Yi Chen's dantian, and the floating objects immediately fell back down, making a series of messy noises. Finally, the condensing reality realm. Slowly letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in the air like lightning. After a long while, the light disappeared, and a confident smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In fact, before last night, he did not even have a 50% chance of breaking through to the condensing reality realm, maybe only 30 to 40%. After all, it was not easy to liquefy qi into Zhen qi. It needed a long time to compress it. Otherwise, there would not be so many people stuck at the peak of mortal realm stage 10 for half a year, and some even took a year to break through. Even the top outer disciple, Wu Zhongming, took more than half a year to break through and become an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. As for geniuses like Zhang Haoren, who managed to break through to the condensing reality realm in just 1 or 2 months, it was rare to find one in 10,000. In other words, only warriors who reached the condensing reality realm could be considered as real warriors. Before reaching the condensing reality realm, they were at the bottom of the true spirit continent, just like apprentices. However, once they reached the condensing reality realm, their power would not just increase by a few times, but by a few times, and they would be able to kill people from 10 steps away. Right now, if Yi Chen and Yi Xian were to fight, he was confident that he would be able to defeat her within a few attacks, and it would be effortless. Maybe I should take a look at the Zhen Qi first. Yi Chen mumbled to himself as he focused his mind on his dantian. The huge Zhen Qi whirlpool had disappeared and was replaced by a whirlpool of Zhen Qi. No matter in terms of quality or quantity, it was a level higher than Qi. It spun like a nebula in the sky or a whirlpool in the water, full of power. Pushing the pure Yuan art with all his might, Yi Chen's robe began to expand. He threw out a punch, and the window 10 steps away suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces, shooting everywhere. A strong wind blew all the way into the yard. From today onwards, I can start training the tyrant fist. I wonder how powerful it is. Since he did not feel tired, Yi Chen did not sleep anymore. He got up and washed up, then opened the door and walked out. Chapter 48. In Luoyang City, if one were to ask which mansion was the largest, it would definitely be the Yi family. The Yi family, which occupied 1,000 acres of land, was 3 times larger than the city, Lord's Mansion. Inside there were pavilions, small bridges, flowing streams, bamboo forests, and a sea of trees. It was like a miniature version of Luoyang City. After passing through a few corridors and a 10-feet-long white jade bridge, a huge training field appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. The martial arts field was quite lively. Those warriors of the Yi family who did not need to work and only needed to practice their martial arts were all diligently practicing. They were either pondering on their own, consulting others, or fighting in pairs, honing their skills. It was a scene that was in full swing. Greetings, young Master Chen. Outside the field, 5 middle-aged men and women greeted Yi Chen respectfully. Yi Chen nodded. Is it your turn to teach martial skills today? These 5 people were the martial skill teachers of the Yi family. The Yi family claimed to have more than 300 warriors who were above the condensing reality realm. 2/3 of them were the direct family members, and the rest were warriors who did not have the same surname as the Yi family. According to their cultivation level, their positions were also different. For example, the clasping Yuan realm warriors would be the external elders of the Yi family. The late condensing reality realm warriors would be the deacons, and the mid-condensing reality realm warriors would be the martial skill teachers, just like these 5 people in front of Yi Chen. The early condensing reality realm warriors would be the apprentice teachers, who did not have the right to teach directly. Yes, the training field has 3 shifts every 3 days. Today is our turn. The middle-aged woman on the left answered. I was just passing by. You guys go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked away. In the middle, a middle-aged scholar in a gray robe sighed. Young Master Chen has reached the condensing reality realm. Even you and I might not be able to beat him. Geniuses can break the rules easily. How can we compare? All right, stop complaining. One day, when we reach the clasping Yuan realm, we will be able to become the external elders of the Yi family. Then we will be able to live a peaceful life. You are right. The training field was 400 meters away from the dining hall. After a while, Yi Chen finally walked to the entrance of the dining hall unhurriedly. When Yi Chen walked in, some of the people were already having breakfast. Chenair, you're up so early. Yi Tianhao was a busy man, so he always got up early. Yi Chen said, I didn't sleep yesterday. I've been cultivating until now. A hint of surprise flashed through Yi Tianhao's eyes. You have reached the condensing reality realm? I just broke through. He really broke through? Yi Tianhao only said it subconsciously. He didn't expect Yi Chen's answer to be so certain. For a moment he was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. If the previous Yi Chen could only be considered a fighting genius, and his training wasn't eye-catching, then the current Yi Chen was a true genius. No one could take away the glory that belonged to him, and he was now on par with Yi Xian, Yi Tang, and the others. Let me have a look. Yi Tianhao put his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Although it was easy to tell Yi Chen's cultivation level from the surface, under some special circumstances, warriors at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 would also emit a slight Jinqi vibration, which could easily be mistaken for warriors who had just reached the condensing reality realm. When the clasping Yuan realm Zhenqi entered Yi Chen's body, it immediately received a strong counterattack. Yi Tianhao was afraid of hurting Yi Chen, so he hurriedly cut off the Jinqi and let go of his hand. You are indeed at the early condensing reality realm, and your Zhenqi is quite stable. Just one more step and you will reach the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Yi Tianhao couldn't believe it. Yi Qin was also not sure, he guessed. Could it be the effect of the pure Yuan art? Yi Tianhao nodded. It should be. There are not many people like you who have trained the pure Yuan art to the highest level. The Zhen Qi produced by the pure Yuan art is extremely pure. Once it is liquefied into Zhen Qi, your foundation will be much more stable than most people, and you won't need to spend too much time to consolidate it. That's not bad. It saves me a lot of hard work, Yi Qin thought. All right, let's have breakfast first. I will tell your mother when I get back. She will be very happy. Yi Tianhao was already full. He was so happy that he started eating with Yi Qin, chatting as they ate. Soon, Yi Hai, Yi Xian, and the others arrived. When they saw Yi Qin, they didn't pay much attention at first, but when they took a closer look, they immediately realized that he had reached the condensing reality realm. They were all shocked. Yi Tianhao saw that it was getting late. He said to Yi Qin, "Take your time, I will leave now." "Yes, father." After Yi Tianhao left, Yi Hai walked over and said, "Yi Qin, have you reached the condensing reality realm?" Yi Qin laughed. "Why don't you try and find out?" "Come on." Yi Hai got into a fighting stance. Standing up, Yi Qin said, "One punch is enough, come on." Huh. Yi Hai did not dare to underestimate Yi Qin. He threw out a punch filled with Jin Qi. The air started to ripple and spread out. Yi Qin did not move his body. He threw out a punch as well. Boom! The air was torn apart, and the two fists collided, producing a crackling sound. "No, you are too abnormal. You just broke through, and your Zhen Qi is already so stable." Yi Hai took 10 steps back. He had a bitter smile on his face. Yi Qin sat back on the chair. "Let's have breakfast together." The two sat face to face without any pretense. Yi Xian, who was not far from them, had a depressed look on her face. She thought that once she reached the mid-condensing reality realm, she would be able to suppress Yi Qin. But he had already reached the early condensing reality realm, and his Zhen Qi was so stable it would be impossible for her to win against him now, even if she reached the mid-condensing reality realm. "Yi Qin, I forgot to tell you, Sister Xuyan has already reached the late condensing reality realm." Yi Xian did not want to admit defeat in front of Yi Qin, so she mentioned Ji Xuyan to hurt him. Yi Chen said casually, "She is not my goal. My first goal is to dominate the younger generation of the Windy Nation. As for the second goal, I have not thought about it yet." Yi Xian heard him and said scornfully, "In your dreams! There are so many powerful young warriors in the Windy Nation, not to mention the famous 4 young masters. Even our Emerald Martial Palace's inner disciples could easily suppress you. Of course, you might think that I am just bragging, but you just have to go back and ask your senior brothers and sisters in the martial world, who has never been bullied by our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples." "Yi Xian, I don't like what you just said. You are indeed a disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, but first of all, you are a direct disciple of the Yi family. How can you always use outsiders to attack your own people?" Yi Hai did not like Yi Xian's attitude. He put down his chopsticks and said. Yi Xian sneered, "I just don't like him." Yi Hai said straightforwardly, "I think you just can't accept the fact that you lost." "That's right, before Yi Chan was just a normal talent. He could not compete with you at all. You never thought that you would lose to him. So when Yi Chen showed that he was way more powerful than you, it made you feel uncomfortable, am I right? Don't be too happy yet. Just because he is more powerful now does not mean that he will continue to be like this in the future. The Emerald Martial Palace is the top martial institution in the Windy Nation. All the disciples they raise are the best." Yi Xian was dazed by Yi Hai's words. She said excitedly, "Yi Xian is right. You two are like frogs at the bottom of a well. The North Snow Martial Academy and the Emerald Martial Palace are rank 7 martial institutions. Their power is not something you can imagine. Just you wait. In 1 year, I will definitely beat you two." Yi Tang had arrived at the dining room. Yi Chen sneered in his mind. Although the two of them were quite talented, their temperaments were a lot worse. They were fine when everything went smoothly for them, but once they encountered some kind of setback, they would be even worse than normal people. Plus, they liked to dwell on something and never let it go, which eventually led to a mental imbalance. To put it simply, they were blinded. There was no need to argue with them. Yi Chen said lightly, "Everything needs to be proven with your actions. You can just say whatever you want. All right, don't disturb my breakfast." Chapter 49. After breakfast, Yi Qin and Yi Hai went to the famous antique street in Luo City. The history of the antique street was almost as long as Luo City. The buildings were also the oldest, but the owners of the shops had changed a lot. Of course, most of them were inherited by their fathers generation after generation. Walking on the street, Yi Chen was overwhelmed by the variety of goods in the shops. Yi Hai said, "The antique street is usually full of opportunities. There was once a man who bought an inconspicuous top rank soul stone with 10 silvers and sold it to a clasping Yuan realm warrior. He made more than 2 million silvers and never had to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life." Yi Chen smiled. He knew about this as well. Soul stones were divided into 4 ranks: low rank, mid rank, top rank, and extreme rank. The difference between each rank was huge. Normally, a mid-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 50 low-rank soul stones, and a top-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 50 mid-rank soul stones. In other words, a top-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 2,500 low-rank soul stones, which was 250 silvers. It was enough for a normal person to live a peaceful life for 10 lifetimes. "Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Yi Hai pointed at the antique building 20 steps away. Yi Chen nodded. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was a 1,000-year-old shop on the antique street. It had the most connections. In the middle of the lobby, there was a bronze cauldron. The leader of the Yi family wanted to buy it, but was rejected. It was said that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion had a very powerful background. Even the Yi family had to think twice before making a move on it. As they crossed the threshold, no one came to greet them. They were all busy with their own business. Yi Chen and Yi Hai did not care and walked straight in. The first thing they saw was a huge bronze cauldron that was as tall as 3 people. It was cyan with a hint of black, perfectly round shape. There were many different ancient characters carved on its surface. It was supported by 9 legs, which looked very stable. It looked like it could hold up the sky and bring great shock to people's souls. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The last time he came here was 4 years ago. At that time, he was not very sensible. When he saw the 9-legged bronze cauldron, he did not feel much. He only felt that it was very imposing. Now that he saw it, he felt as if his soul was trembling and his lively Jin Qi was showing signs of stagnation. Turning his head to look at Yi Hai, Yi Chen saw that Yi Hai was unmoved. Yi Chen felt strange, but he didn't say anything. "Let's go to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is filled with small toys," Yi Chen suggested after casually looking around and seeing that there were no antiques that caught his eye. Yes, the antiques on the 1st floor are no different from other antique shops. The 2 of them walked side by side and arrived at the quaint and elegant 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, there were very few people on the 2nd floor. Including the shop assistants who were waiting at the side, there were only 15 to 16 people. It seemed extremely empty. However, those who could come to the 2nd floor were all rich. After all, even the most common antique on the 2nd floor cost nearly 1,000 taels of silver to buy. As for whether it was a profit or a loss, it all depended on one's luck. TSK, these stone figurines have at least a few hundred years of history. Yi Hai was attracted by the stone figurines that were as tall as a person and were covered in cracks. Yi Chen looked at them and lost interest. He separated from Yi Hai and walked to the other side. Right then, there were already people who had chosen their favorite antiques. However, it was this antique that surprised Yi Chen. "Hey, tell your shopkeeper that I want this wooden shelf. No matter how much it costs, it's not a problem." The person who spoke was a fat man with a rich face. He was wearing extravagant clothes, and all 10 of his fingers were covered with rings. He looked like a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune. He seemed to be impatient. The shop assistant was depressed. "Why did you want the wooden shelf that displayed the antiques? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me?" He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go and ask. Please wait a moment. Go and come back quickly." The fat, rich man waved his hand and stared at the wooden shelf. He was afraid that it would run away. Yi Chen felt that it was funny. However, he who was always calm started to think about it again. He could not judge a book by its cover. This wooden shelf might have some tricks up its sleeves. After thinking about it, he focused on the wooden shelf and released his soul power. Buzz! There seemed to be an invisible ripple in the air, slowly seeping into the wooden shelf and searching carefully. As long as there was something special, Yi Chen would be able to sense it. This wooden frame actually contains a spirit stone, and the yuan qi contained in it is dozens of times that of a low-grade spirit stone. So, it must be a mid-grade spirit stone, which is equivalent to 50,000 silvers. But how did this fatty sense it? Or maybe he just wanted this wooden frame and had no other intentions. Qin Fan wondered. Yi Chen was shocked. However, a mere 50,000 silvers was not worth his attention. With his current power, it was easy to earn money. Of course, it was even easier to spend money. The shopkeeper of the 9-tripod pavilion hurried up and said to the fat rich man with a smile, "Sir, are you sure you want this wooden shelf?" The fat rich man rolled his eyes. "Name your price." The shopkeeper raised one finger. 10,000 silvers. All right, very cheap. My father-in-law should like this old wooden shelf a lot. The fat rich man did not even frown as he took out 1,000 gold note from his storage ring. As long as he likes it. Shaoli, hurry up and help the customer clean the wooden shelf. The shopkeeper took the gold note and said to the worker on the side. Yi Chen was speechless. If what the fat rich man said was true, then he really did not see anything special about this wooden shelf, and was only using it to please his father-in-law. Moreover, the shopkeeper did not know where he got this wooden shelf from, and used it as a decoration on the second floor. Therefore, he did not lose anything. It seemed like there were too many strange things happening in the 9-tripod pavilion. Shaking his head, Yi Chen walked past them. There were too many antiques on the second floor. There was a half-bronze mirror covered in rust, a black vase, and some cloth from an unknown era. There were even more broken armors and weapons such as chainmail, steel armor, 7 exquisite armors, long sabers, broken spears, broken swords, bent iron rods, meteor hammers without chains, and so on. Releasing his soul power, Yi Chen looked through them one by one. His eyes were as calm as water. Finally, the only thing that caught his eye was that meteor hammer. If it could be restored to its original form, its value would not be lower than the great blade in Yi Chen's storage ring, and it might even be more valuable. Unfortunately, the broken meteor hammer had lost its sharpness, and after thousands of years of erosion, it had lost all of its spirit qi. If he took it back, it could only be used as a decoration or an antique and could not be used. This was something that Yi Chen could not accept. Putting down the meteor hammer, Yi Chen was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a broken sword in the gap between the wooden shelf and the wall. This broken sword only had a hilt and a small part of the blade. Its surface was dull and inconspicuous. Who knew how many years it had been hidden here without anyone noticing it? Reaching out his hand to pick up the broken sword, Yi Chen observed it for a while, and then pushed his soul power into it. Ha ha ha! A desolate and vast laughter rushed into Yi Chen's mind. All of a sudden, Yi Chen felt like he had come back to the ancient times, where the world was chaotic and only the laughter could be heard. What is going on? Yi Chen cut off his soul power, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The ability to use soul power to detect objects was something that Yi Chen had discovered not long ago. Different from soul power could detect deeper than the surface. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect the mid-rank soul stones in the wooden shelf. Chapter 50. Hey, I want this sword. How much is it? Yi Qin didn't put it back. Instead, he asked the shop assistant who was waiting on the side. The shop assistant glanced at the broken sword. The owner said that all these ancient weapons are 20,000 silvers. No bargaining, no raising price. Okay, this price was within Yi Chen's price range, so it was worth it. On the other side, Yi Hai also chose a stone statue and a broken bronze bell, which added up to 15,000 silvers. With this calculation, the annual profit of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was an astronomical figure. After all, some of the ancient weapons were only worth a few dozen silvers. When the two walked out of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, it was already noon. Yi Qin, let's go eat at the Sun restaurant. It's my treat. Yi Hai had a storage ring, which was given to him by his master, the Broken Mountain guest. He put the stone statue and the broken bronze bell in it. The Sun restaurant was the biggest restaurant in Luo City. Yi Qin had not been there for a long time, so he nodded immediately. After 15 minutes, the two arrived at the Sun restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they went to the second floor. Masters, would you like a private room? Or would you like to eat in the lobby? The waiter asked. Yi Qin said, let's eat in the lobby. Okay, there is a table by the window, this way please. The waiter first gestured with his hand, then quickly picked up the towel on his shoulder and wiped the table. Sitting down, Yi Hai looked at the street outside and said, looks like Luo City is more familiar. You don't know, but my master and I travel almost every day. Today we might be in this city, and the next day we might be in some unknown town thousands of miles away. Sometimes, if we are unlucky, there will be no one in a radius of 10,000 miles, so we can only sleep in the wilderness. Yi Qin asked, have you encountered any danger? Of course, my master and I were once chased by a level 6 top-tier demonic beast in the Black Dragon Empire's great desolate mountain. We were also besieged by the famous underworld experts of the Rudra Nation. Luckily, we were lucky enough to escape without any mishaps. Recalling the past, Yi Hai still had lingering fears. Yi Qin admired Yi Hai. He was obviously a playboy. Of course, his master, Broken Mountain guest, was also a playboy. It was no wonder that the two of them had become master and disciple. When the dishes were served, the two of them ordered a pot of wine and ate with relish. Thud, thud, thud. While they were eating, the sound of messy footsteps came from the staircase. There were many people. Brother Chui, the Sun restaurant, is the biggest restaurant in Luo City. Many famous warriors have dined here before. You will not be disappointed. A crisp female voice was heard. It was Yi Xian. Since junior sister Yi praises Sunrise Restaurant so highly, there must be something extraordinary about it. Junior brothers, please have a good taste later. Of course, it's rare for me to come to junior sister Ye's territory, so I have to make some memories. Sister Yi, although Luo City is good, it is not a good place to stay for long. The Emerald Martial Palace will be your home in the future. Someone tried to persuade her. The footsteps were getting louder and louder as they arrived at the second floor. Yi Xian was about to say something when she saw Yi Qin and Yi Hai sitting by the window. She snorted and frowned. Junior sister Yi, who are these two? The teenager with small eyes noticed the change in Yi Xian's gaze. He turned his head and saw Yi Qin and Yi Hai's silhouettes on the second floor. Yi Xian said lightly, they are disciples of the Yi family. Disciples of the Yi family, I wonder which sect they are from? Another teenager asked. One of them is in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The other one is traveling with the Broken Mountain Traveler. Yi Xian answered honestly. The Sky Cloud Martial School is a big martial institution in the Windy Nation. Unfortunately, it is not comparable to our Emerald Martial Palace. They are 2 ranks apart. As for who is the Broken Mountain Traveler, I have never heard of him. Could he be a scammer? The teenagers joked with each other. Yi Hai had already noticed their arrival. He didn't want to talk to them, but he didn't expect them to directly insult his master, the broken mountain traveler. He was annoyed. He put down his chopsticks, turned around, and said, "Who are you? Do you know that it is rude to insult someone's master?" The teenager with small eyes sneered. "I am just reminding you, don't fall for some scammer's tricks. Otherwise, it is not worth it if you lose your life." If it was a normal day, they would definitely give Yi Xian some face. But when they heard that Yi Xian had lost to a guy named Yi Qin, they felt very uncomfortable. Although Yi Xian didn't say it clearly, but once they heard that he was from the Sky Cloud Martial School, they immediately understood. Therefore, they mocked him without holding back, showing off the power of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Hai's face darkened. "Take back what you said, and I will not hold you accountable." What a joke! Words can never be taken back. What do you want to do? The teenager with small eyes looked at Yi Hai provocatively. Yi Xian looked troubled. These people were all disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. They were at the same cultivation level as her. The one with the highest cultivation level was Brother Chui Shiming, who had been quiet the whole time. He was already a mid-condensing reality realm warrior and was considered one of the top inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Although Chui Shiming didn't say it out loud, Yi Xian could clearly feel that he was interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the Emerald Martial Palace just to see her. On one side were disciples of the Yi family, and on the other side were disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Xian didn't want any conflict between them. She didn't want to see the Yi family or the Emerald Martial Palace being humiliated. "Lu Xiao, forget it!" Yi Xian finally stopped him. The teenager with small eyes named Lu Xiao glanced at Yi Hai, nodded and said, "I will give Sister Yi some face. Otherwise, you will be the one suffering. You have to try. Mountain fist art." Yi Hai roared. All of his Jin Qi was activated, and he threw a punch towards Lu Xiao. "You are looking for death." A cold light flashed through Lu Xiao's eyes. He took a step forward and blocked Yi Hai's way, then threw out a palm attack. Boom! A few tables nearby were flipped over by the strong wind, and the diners all ran away. Yi Hai backed out 3 steps and yelled again. Another punch was thrown out, and it was even more powerful than the first one. Broken jade palm. Lu Xiao's face looked a bit bad after failing to beat Yi Hai with 1 palm attack. He immediately performed the top martial art of the Emerald Martial Palace, and a light jade crack appeared on his palm. The fist and the palm clashed, and the sound of jade breaking exploded. Yi Hai was slightly weaker than his opponent in terms of cultivation, so he couldn't stop the power and was forced to back out. He knocked over 3 or 4 tables in a row, but still didn't stop. Seeing that Yi Hai was about to fall out of the window, Yi Chen made his move. His palm lightly patted on Yi Hai's back, and the Jin Qi from the pure Yuan art destroyed Lu Xiao's Jin Qi, which saved Yi Hai from making a fool out of himself. "You are that Yi Qin, eat my palm attack." Lu Xiao didn't have the chance to teach Yi Qin a lesson. Seeing that Yi Chen had made his move, Lu Xiao didn't care anymore. He took a big step forward and threw out a broken jade palm attack. "Piss off!" Yi Qin didn't move his body. He threw out a punch and then took it back immediately. Pooh! As if he was hit by a couple of horses, Lu Xiao was shocked. His body flew back at an even faster speed, and he puked out a huge mouthful of blood. Right then, Chui Shiming, who was called Brother Chui by Yi Xian, caught Lu Xiao and said lightly, "Brother Lu, in the future, either you don't fight, or when you fight, you have to make our Emerald Martial Palace famous. Remember that." Then his tone changed, and he said to Yi Qin, "You have hurt our Emerald Martial Palace's disciple. Do you know what you have done?" Chapter 51. Yi Chen responded blandly, "In this true spirit continent, strength is everything. What does it have to do with me if he is not as powerful as others? Strength is everything? So, I can beat you to death without a problem?" Chui Shiming narrowed his eyes and said coldly, As long as you have the ability, come at me. But I have to warn you, if you are injured by me, will another top 10 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace appear? Shui Shiming looked angry. Even if he was an idiot, he could tell that Yi Qin was mocking him. He said scornfully, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I will destroy your cultivation in front of everyone. I will let everyone know what happens to those who bully the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace." Yi Xian saw that the fight was about to break out. She tried to stop him. "Brother Cui, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't make a big fuss." "Sister Yi, you don't have to worry about this. It's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that this Yi Qin is way too arrogant. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he is a little bit powerful. If everyone learns from him in the future, then we, the Emerald Martial Palace, would have any prestige left." No matter what Shui Shiming did, he liked to gain the upper hand in the grand scheme of things and then easily defeat his opponent. He wanted his opponent to suffer a double blow, both mentally and physically, never to recover from the setback. Taking a heavy step forward, Shui Shiming felt as if he was stepping on a tornado. An endless gust of wind rose up and burst out, pressing towards Yi Chen with a great pressure. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the tables and chairs around him floated up into the air and were smashed out of the window. Yi Chen's feet were rooted in the ground and didn't move at all. He was like a rock that had been standing by the river for thousands of years. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, they couldn't move him even a little bit. Shui Shiming's expression changed. A shadow split out from his body. This shadow was thin and was made of countless air currents. It was like a sharp blade, and it flew straight towards Yi Chen. "Shadow Cut! It's the secret skill, Shadow Cut! Brother Cui, you've tried to kill him right from the start. This Yi Chen is dead for sure." The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace yelled out in surprise. The so-called secret skill was a secret martial skill. This kind of martial skill was very difficult to guard against, and was basically used as a trump card. If caught off guard, even a martial artist with a higher cultivation would be injured or even killed. However, secret skills were very difficult to cultivate, several times harder than martial skills of the same level. Moreover, there were too few secret skills. Most of them were passed down from ancient times. Shui Shiming's Shadow Cut was a top-rank mortal realm skill, which was divided into 3 levels. The first level was to create a sharp stream of qi from the user's body, which could be used to cut the target. The second level was the level he was currently at, where the sharp qi could form into a shadow, which was extremely flexible and could kill people as easily as chopping vegetables. The third level was said to allow the user to transform into a human shape, which could confuse people's vision and self-destruct, which was extremely lethal. With the Shadow Cut, Shui Shiming had once killed a late condensing reality realm warrior, which made him quite famous in the martial world. Faced with the shadow's attack, Yi Chen raised his fist and punched out. Whoosh! The wind generated by the punch blew the table in front of him into pieces. The shadow sensed the chi wave, so it twisted its body in advance, dodging the attack that was enough to shatter it, and continued to attack Yi Chen from another angle. Yi Chen frowned. Such a strange martial skill. It was 10 times more flexible than a human's body, and it was very sensitive to the chi wave. It was hard to hurt it directly. The shadow sometimes turned into a human figure and tried to entangle Yi Chen. Sometimes it turned into a sharp awl. Sometimes it stretched its body and attacked like a whip. Sometimes it performed a set of sword art, and the sword light shone brightly. Break! After a while, Yi Chen pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the shadow's forehead. Such a fast sword. Shui Shiming was shocked. He sneered, "Don't even think about breaking my Shadow Cut. But I don't have time to waste with you. Shadow rain kill." Puff, 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 puff. The shadow, which had been stabbed in the forehead, dimmed a little. Its body shook in the air, and countless needle-like qi flew towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Shoo! Since reaching the condensing reality realm, it was the first time that Yi Chen performed the golden swallow art. His body flashed. As if he had wings on his back, he instantly disappeared from where he was standing. In the next second, the place where Yi Chen was standing was full of holes. It seemed like it was even more powerful than the small caliber bullets in the 21st century. If I am not wrong, you and the shadow should have some kind of connection. Then I will cut it off. The sword light flashed. Yi Chen's sword landed in the space between Cui Shiming and the shadow. It met with some obstacles along the way, but it still went all the way to the end. Crack! The sound of a thin thread breaking was heard. The shadow changed its shape a few times and finally scattered. It turned into countless chi waves and disappeared into the air. Bastard! Cui Shiming's face turned pale. This shadow was formed by 1/3 of his Jin Qi and was controlled by 13 Jin Qi threads. Right now, Yi Chen had cut off all of his Jin Qi threads, which meant that he had lost more than 1/3 of his Jin Qi. What? Brother Cui's shadow cut was broken. This is one of the 13 minor secret martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace. How could it be broken so easily? Has he seen it before? So this is the secret of the shadow cut. How did he know? All the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace had different expressions on their faces. After cutting off the Zhen Qi thread with one sword attack, Yi Chen looked at Cui Shiming. The secret martial art that is made public is no longer a secret martial art. I am afraid that all the disciples behind you have already known about it. Brother Cui, don't listen to him. We will keep it a secret for you. That's right, I swear with my dignity, I will never tell anyone about the secret of the shadow cut. Hearing him, Cui Shiming's face darkened. He said ferociously, You are dead. You are definitely dead. Do you really think that I am relying on the shadow cut? Let me tell you, the shadow cut is only one of my tricks. Now I will show you my real power. Crack, Jade Claw. Crack. The floor of the second floor was completely broken. 5 claw marks extended all the way to the other side of the second floor. With his clothes fluttering in the air, Yi Chen avoided the range of the claw power by a hair's breadth. His body floated backwards, and when he was about to hit the wall, he kicked his right foot back. Boom! The wall was shattered, and Yi Chen flew towards Cui Shiming like a huge bird, stabbing out with his sword. The amazing sword light condensed into a single point, and even the sound of the wind had disappeared completely, which made people feel like they were going deaf. Cui Shiming roared out and threw out a claw attack towards the sword edge. Chin! Intense sparks flew out, and the calm air started to boil up, creating circles of transparent patterns, which pushed the two away. Turn of the road. In midair, Yi Chen's body twisted, and he once again dove towards Cui Shiming, stabbing into his shoulder. The tip of the sword came out of his back. At that moment, everyone was stunned as they stared at the scene in front of them. Chapter 52. Swoosh! Pulling out his sword, Yi Chen landed a few meters away and put his sword back into its scabbard. You are not as good as me. I believe you have nothing to say. On the other hand, if I lose to you, my cultivation will definitely be destroyed. I will not kill you now, nor will I destroy your cultivation. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being cruel. Plus, I believe that the Emerald Martial Palace will not start a war with the Sky Cloud Martial School, just for an inner disciple like you. You are not qualified yet. Yi-hai, let's go. All the food was knocked over. Fortunately, the two had almost finished eating. Yi-hai stared at Yi Chen's back in shock. He knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but he was still shocked. Defeating a mid-condensing reality realm warrior within 10 attacks, what kind of skill was that? Compared to Yi Chen, all he had learned was blood qi, nothing else. At the top of the stairs, Yi Xian watched the two leave. She could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he could really dominate the young generation of the Windy Nation and achieve what even her head disciple could not. After all, he had just reached the condensing reality realm, but he had already defeated Cui Shiming, who was at the mid-condensing reality realm. When he becomes a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, wouldn't he be able to challenge late condensing reality realm warriors? Damn it, I will not let you go. Chui Shiming yelled. His face looked evil. Yi Qian frowned as she looked at Chui Shiming. Although she still did not like Yi Qin, but compared to Chui Shiming, it was clear who was better. At least Yi Qin had one fair and square. Brother Chui, are you all right? Unknowingly, Yi Qian's tone had calmed down a lot. Chui Shiming waved his hand. I was careless this time. The next time we meet, I will kill him to vent my anger. You guys listen to me. If anyone dares to leak what happened today, don't blame me for being merciless. Brother Chui, don't worry, we won't say anything. Indeed, this brat must have known the secret of the shadow cut. Otherwise, how could Brother Chui lose to him? Feeling much better, Chui Shiming turned around and looked at Yi Qian. Sistery, you are from the Yi family, but I have to kill Yi Qin. I hope you don't get in my way. Yi Qian said lightly, life or death. This is the fate of warriors. All right. After returning to the Yi family, Yi Qin and Yi Hai parted ways. For the next few days, Yi Qin did not go out and spent all his time cultivating. Although his Zhen Qi cultivation was much more stable than the warriors who had just reached the condensing reality realm, it was not that easy for him to reach the peak of the early condensing reality realm. He would have to accumulate and purify his Zhen Qi first, building a solid foundation step by step. Then he would have to increase his cultivation level. In the dark night, the moonlight was like water. On a rockery in the yard, Yi Qian sat cross-legged, holding a low-grade spirit stone in each of his hands, placing them on his knees. His breathing was steady and powerful, and he was gradually extracting Yuan Qi from the spirit stones. The Yuan Qi from the spirit stones was much purer than the Yuan Qi from nature. Because it had been sealed in the spirit stones for a long time, there was a hint of spiritual Qi in the spirit stones. It was something even more magical than Yuan Qi. After being in contact with it for a long time, people would slowly become smarter and feel refreshed, which was very beneficial to the body. As the Yuan Qi from the spirit stones flowed into his body through the meridians in his arms, the Zhen Qi whirlpool in Yi Qian's dantian sped up as well. It was like a meat grinder, shredding everything that entered into his body into pieces and reorganizing his Zhen Qi. Then, the Zhen Qi whirlpool followed the rest of the Zhen Qi in a big circle, purifying the impurities. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 72 circles, 108 circles, 240 circles. Yi Qian only stopped absorbing Yuan Qi when his meridians and dantians started to hurt and his body became stiff and numb. He thought to himself, if I could absorb Yuan Qi endlessly, reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm wouldn't be a problem. Actually, Yi Qian was too greedy. If other warriors at the same cultivation level knew Yi Qian's thoughts, they would definitely be very jealous and envious of him. It was already very rare for an early condensing reality realm warrior to be able to complete 108 circulations in his or her body. 150 circulations were almost impossible to achieve, not to mention the unbelievable 240 circulations. This was all thanks to Yi Qian's powerful body and soul. His body could hold more Yuan Qi, and his soul could be better controlled. Both were indispensable. The reason why those talented people could train faster was because their bodies were stronger than ordinary people, and their mental strength was perfect. As for those who had a great comprehension ability, their mental strength was much better than ordinary people, but their bodies were slightly weaker. Of course, this was also because of the low cultivation level of condensing reality realm warriors. Once they reached the clasping Yuan realm, they would usually go into closed-door training for months. Sometimes astral reaching realm warriors would go into closed-door training for years. Once they came out, they would shock the world and beat all the powerful warriors in the world. Unfortunately, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to improve. Closed-door training was for the purpose of accumulating one's essence and removing impurities. The possibility of improving one's cultivation level was very small. If one did not accumulate enough, it would be useless even if he went into closed-door training. Many powerful warriors who could shake the world died in their closed-door training, never to be heard of again. As time went by, people couldn't even remember their names. Putting away the soul stones that still had some yuan qi left, Yi Chen slowly stood up, and with only a slight movement, he arrived on top of the green water in the yard. Stepping on the water, Yi Chen's body moved up and down, but did not sink down. This was something that could only be done when one's movement art reached an extremely high level. Now that my Zhen Qi has been completely stabilized, it is not realistic to increase it in a short period of time. From tomorrow onwards, I can officially start training the Tyrant Fist. After looking at the moon for a while, Yi Chen lost interest. He jumped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Days passed by. Apart from accumulating innate qi every night, Yi Chen spent the rest of his time practicing the Tyrant Fist. This fist art was indeed a low-tier earth realm martial skill. It had high requirements for the body and Zhen Qi. If the body was not strong enough, the arm would be easily damaged by the force of the Tyrant Fist. If the Zhen Qi was not pure enough, not only would the might of the fist be reduced, it would also cause more damage to the meridians. If it accumulated over a long period of time, it could cause blockages and damage to the qi and blood. In any case, Yi Chen had already crossed the threshold, and his understanding of the Tyrant Fist was deepening day by day. Finally, it was time to return to the sect. This time, when he went back, he would be able to become an inner disciple and have the right to learn top-rank mortal realm martial skills. He would also have half a year to train on his own, and after that he would be able to take on missions from the martial institution and travel around the world. It was said that if he was powerful enough, the martial institution would even send him on missions to other countries. However, these kinds of missions were rare in the past few years, since the Windy Nation was already a big country with a lot of missions. Who would have the energy to go to other countries? Not to mention, if they were too far away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the danger would increase exponentially. It would be very easy for them to disappear without a trace, which was something that the higher-ups of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not want to see. Chapter 53. Father, Mother, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. On the main road of Luo City, Yi Chen led his horse and said to Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing nodded. If you don't have enough money, you can send a letter back, and I will send someone to deliver it to you. It's enough. Plus, there will be a lot of rewards for completing the sect missions. Yi Chen did not plan to ask for money from his family, as he would not be happy either. Yi Tianhao smiled helplessly. Yuqing, when Chenair grows up, he will earn it with his own hands. As his parents, we should not worry about him. Chenair, be careful on the road. Okay. Yi Chen nodded heavily. Then I will go first. You guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, Yi Chen flipped onto his horse, waved at the two, squeezed his legs on the horse's belly and galloped away. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing watched Yi Chen leave. When they were about to reach the city gate, a rider caught up from behind. Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned his head and saw that it was Yi Hai. Where is your teacher? He is waiting for me at the Nameless Temple, 10 miles away from the North Gate. As they spoke, the two rode their horses directly out of the North Gate, and the guards did not dare to stop them. The Nameless Temple was in the northeast, while the Sky Cloud Martial School was in the northwest. The two did not go the same way. Just a little thing for you. Taking out a blue crystal ball from his storage ring, Yi Hai threw it to Yi Chen. Catching the blue crystal ball, Yi Chen asked, "What is this?" Yi Hai had already galloped for dozens of meters on his horse. Without turning his head, he said loudly, "I don't know, but it looks pretty. I think you will like it." "Thank you." Yi Chen shook his head. He brought the blue crystal ball closer to his eyes and studied it carefully. The crystal ball was about the size of a longan. It was completely transparent and contained a blue brilliance. At first glance, one would think that the crystal ball was blue. In addition, the crystal ball was very heavy, even heavier than gold of the same size. It did not seem to be made of crystal. Since he couldn't figure out what it was, Yi-Chin didn't care anymore and put it into his storage ring. After finding the right direction, Yi-Chin gently pulled on the reins and sped away. Different from the cyan-maned horse he rode when he came back, this time Yi-Chin was riding a real dark brown horse. It could travel 2,000 miles a day. It was born with great strength and was very stable. It was worth more than 60,000 silvers. There were less than 20 of them in the whole Yi family. At this moment, the dark brown horse was galloping at full speed. It was as fast as a gust of wind and lightning. The scenery on both sides was very far behind them. 6 days later, Yi-Chin appeared at the foot of the windy mountain. After sending the dark brown horse to the horse farm and paying this year's fee, Yi-Chan went directly to the Inner Court Disciple Assessment site. Today was the day of the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. If he missed it, he would have to wait for another week. At the entrance of the assessment site, there were 2 Inner Court disciples on duty. When they saw Yi-Chen walking towards them, the disciple on the left could not help but say, "Today is already the 13th person. It seems that these outer court disciples have obtained a lot of benefits when they went back. Humph! The person in front of me has weak qi. Obviously, he did not cultivate. He should have swallowed a true condensation pill. True condensation pill can help a martial artist to liquefy their qi faster. Unfortunately, the side effects are also very big. There is no possibility of improvement within a year." Walking to the door, Yi-Chin said, "I am here to take the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. Go in. I hope you can smoothly pass." The Inner Court disciple said lazily. Yi-Chin did not mind it at all as he walked in. The assessment hall was very spacious. On both sides of the hall, there were 9 stone pillars as thick as a water tank. On top of the pillars, there were carvings of dragons and phoenixes. They looked very lifelike. And in the open space in front of him, there was a wooden frame. Under the wooden frame, there was a bronze bell. The bronze bell was 3 meters tall. It was dark blue in color and looked very heavy. If Yi-Chin guessed it right, this was the first assessment to be promoted to an Inner Court disciple. Whether it was the Sky Cloud Martial School or other sects, in order to become an Inner Court disciple, one had to go through an assessment. It was not as simple as just reaching the condensing reality realm. After all, there was a big difference between reaching the condensing reality realm and using elixirs to reach the condensing reality realm. The combat power was also not comparable. In order to prevent this from happening, and to ensure that the Inner Court disciples were elites, the sects had to set up a variety of assessments to ensure that there were no incompetent disciples. The first assessment of the Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Court Disciple Assessment was held in the hall. According to Wu Zongming, the Inner Court disciple had to punch the bell 10 steps away. If the Inner Court disciple could not make a sound, then he or she would not be qualified to become an Inner Court disciple. As for Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming, they had both reached the condensing reality realm on their own. That was why they could easily become Inner Court disciples. Are you here for the Inner Court Disciple Assessment? Please register your identity here. The examiner handed over a piece of paper and a brush. Yi-Chin nodded and wrote down his name and background on the paper. All right, go and line up. At this moment, there were 13 people waiting for the assessment. Yi-Chen was at the very end of the line. Not long after, the exam elder arrived. Standing at the front, the exam master, who was in his 50s, glanced at the crowd and frowned. What's going on? Why is the Inner Court disciples' Zhen Qi so weak? Did they use medicinal pellets to increase their cultivation? I don't care what your cultivation level is right now. If you can't make the bell ring from 10 steps away, then you will not be qualified to become an Inner Court disciple. If you want to take the assessment again, you will have to wait for 3 months. Then the exam master took the information from the examiner and said slowly, "The assessment begins. First, Lin Chongchong." From the front of the line, an ordinary-looking teenager walked out. He stopped 10 steps away from the bell, took a deep breath, and threw out a palm attack. The sound of the wind was extremely fast. The bell did not move at all. The exam master said lightly failed. Next, Fang Xiaozhong. Hearing the exam master, the teenager named Lin Chongchong's face fell. He walked to the side with his head down. He glanced at the second disciple, hoping that he would also fail. Fang Xiaozhong said to the exam master, "Can I use martial skills?" "Yes." The exam master nodded. Lin Chongchong opened his eyes wide and yelled, "This is not fair! Why didn't anyone tell me I could use martial skills?" The examiner scolded, "How dare you? Don't make any noise in the exam hall. Didn't you ask around before you came?" Lin Chongchong was shocked. He did not dare to say anything. "With your zhenqi, even if you use martial skills, you will not pass." "All right, Fang Xiaozhong, start." The exam master did not get angry. Fang Xiaozhong activated his zhenqi. His palm turned into a claw and attacked. Fierce tiger claw. Shoo! The green claw light was the size of a wash basin. It landed heavily on the bronze bell. The bronze bell still did not move. Failed. Next, Jiaohu. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the exam hall changed. What is going on? Why is the exam so hard? I can't even use martial skills. Oh no, I don't think I can pass either. The rest of the disciples looked at each other. Only Yi Qin looked calm.